because he's bought the water out of the out of that canyon coming down, whatever the.
Hey, good morning.
Commissioner,
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm awake. I'm
I
here.
don't know
That's
if that's really a true
intimidating seeing
story
that
or
camera.
not.
I don't know.
It's
Oh.
intimidating just seeing this.
How you doing?
I'm all right. You guys expecting anything fiery or exciting today?
Oh, I don't know if anything fiery. We've sure had some flooding going on, as you've seen.
Yeah, partially.
We're gonna talk about a little resolution today about the mask mandates.
rolling.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to County Commission meeting this morning. It's just a couple minutes after 9 a.m. We'll get rolling this morning. Today is Monday, the 23rd of August, 2021. And we're glad to see everybody here this morning. We're going to start out. If I can get my computer to unlock. There we go. We're going to start out with the opening prayer offered by Mr. Volley Morin. And we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Karsten Reed, our assessor.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we are thankful this morning to be able to freely meet for the Iron County Commissioners meeting in a country that was established upon a divinely inspired document, the United States Constitution. We are grateful to have this great document to guide our decisions. We ask for thy blessings to be upon us in this meeting, that we may discuss items in a civil manner, that we would respectfully disagree if that is appropriate with others, and then abide by whatever decision the governing board would make. We thank thee again for our many blessings and ask for these blessings in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We'll start off this morning with our departmental reports. First, we'll turn the time over to John. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Turn our time over to John Whitaker, our county clerk, for the report on his office.
Good morning. I'd just like to talk about a couple of things today, and I'd like to grab the right papers. Well, maybe.
What do you need, Joe?
Can I use those two papers I just
Yes,
got?
please do.
I don't know what I did with my notes. Oh, they're right there.
Y'all saw it. I asked him if he was ready.
Okay,
He was busting my chops earlier this morning, so it's just payback.
comeuppance. It happens. Karma. Good morning. I just want to briefly talk about a few things. I'd like to start by talking about on August 10th, we performed, ran the municipal primary for Cedar City and Parowan. They winnowed their field of city council candidates down to 4 on each one. I kind of put those in front of you. In Parowan City, the voter turnout was 42.8%, and in Cedar City, it was a disappointing 27.50%. And like I say, that will get them ready for their fall elections. Did you have any questions about that municipal primary? Okay. I want to turn my attention to the budget. Currently, the clerk, and this is as of the end of July, the clerk's office is at 49.88% of our budget spent for the year. We're a little under overall. Elections is lower yet, but we will spend more on the primary and on the general. It's also important to note that with the exception of a few ongoing expenses, most of the money that we spend will be reimbursed by cities because these are municipal elections. We did just get word on Friday that the school board would like to do a bond, and so that will change how our election will look in the fall. But When it comes to budget, there's a couple of line items I want to draw your attention to. Travel training. We normally are way under on this one. I think we'll probably use most of it this year. We certainly will use more than we did last year. We've had a couple more opportunities come up. The Olene Walker election certification program. Chanel and Jeannie have been going to that, which is fantastic. It's actually college credit. It's an accredited program through Weber State, and I was pleased to kind of help develop that. And I think it's going to make a big difference, not only in current workers, but maybe for kids who want to have a job in this area. There's never really been an opportunity for education in this kind of an area, and so this is kind of a unique opportunity, and it's a really well-written course with some dynamic instructors, but it does use a little bit more of our budget. And then on fuel, of our $1,000 budget, we have spent $894, and we have a lot of year left. I know that's not the only fuel budget that's under strain this year because of gas prices. But with the fact that we've kind of gotten back to a few of our meetings after COVID, and the fact that fuel is more expensive, I will probably have to ask for a budget adjustment on that fuel line item. Another one that concerns me is it gets hidden in the larger budget on that non-departmental under other current expense. We have, as a county, statutory responsibility to care for those who require mental health but are indigent. And Utah County has a hospital, and they have some folks that are there long term, and it's been a concern of mine because we're talking many thousands of dollars that we've paid, and I haven't been able to prove that these people live in Iron County, but they tell me that they do. And so I will continue to work on that. And it's not that I don't want to provide them care. I just want to make sure that, I want to protect the Iron County taxpayers while, being humane and providing for our statutory requirements. When it comes to staff, we're doing really well. It's been great to see everybody kind of step into the new roles. As you recall, earlier this year, the commission approved a new position, and we're continuing to kind of work on that together and be able to alleviate a lot of the pressure off the office and to be able to provide better service. So I'm super grateful for my staff. I don't say it often enough. We have tremendous people at the county, and in particular in my office. That's all I have. Any questions for me?
Did that help you with your election?
Absolutely.
That extra person?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and it was super helpful. The person we ended up with that we hired had worked with us before, and so she was able to jump right in and just really dedicated, hardworking folks, and it makes such a difference. There's 10,000 things that go on in the background in an election, and these gals do it with professionalism and panache.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, there's your $5 word in a 2-bit sentence.
Thank you. George Colson, our Iron County Emergency Manager. I assume his report's going to be short because we haven't had anything going on in Iron County.
I'm on budget. Thank you. We are on budget. I've used, according to my latest figures, about 56% of my budget. So we're good. As with John and everybody, fuel prices are up. So I'm fast drawing that one down. That's probably the quickest one. So may have to move some money around in other items. Now any questions about any of my budget, any concerns? Okay.
No.
So now we'll start on the other stuff. So it started on July 15th at 10:30 at night. I got a frantic call from Cedar City Fire Chief. We had a train derail, 96 cars, 3 engines off in Lund. I immediately started responding, and initial reports were we had 8 cars full of explosives. So I, on the way up, I called the Washington County Bomb Squad, told them to start rolling my way, and we didn't know what other hazardous material we had, so started getting the hazmat people on the move. Turned out that none of that was true. We had 11 freight cars full of cars off, and 3 engines.
Toyotas. They were all Toyotas.
With all of those, with all those little chips that we need for everything else, and we should have gone out and scavenged them out, but we didn't. And then they started burning because the batteries were igniting, and so we had to go out and put out some car fires. So, but we were out all night until I left the scene about noon the next day, and we ended up throwing a lot of county resources at it. Preston and his group were out. We had to rescue 3 train employees who were stuck on the lead engine. Those 3 engines had flipped, had lain on their side, and floodwaters were coming up, and one of them had been knocked out, and they had to drag him up on top, and so it was an interesting. And then we lost the Cedar City Fire Chief because he started floating out into the desert in his vehicle. You could hear him on the radio, "I'm floating," and so that was interesting. So it was quiet for a few days, and then on July 25th, it started flooding, and Cedar City got it first. We started. I got a call from Cedar City asking if we had sandbags, and so I started giving Cedar City the bags that we had stored away, and we went through all of that. Then on August 1st, we got the Enoch flood. And going back to the Cedar flood, I had Cedar and the county, we both declared emergencies. And then on August 1st, we had the Enoch flood, and I had Enoch go ahead and issue a declaration. And the state allowed us to put those 2 floods together. And so last week, I sent the initial paperwork up from Cedar, the county, and Enoch up to the state. Quite a bit of work went into that, but we've got that up there. And then we had August 18th, and we had another flood. This was primarily a county flood, although there was some Cedar involved. This was primarily a county flood. So I had declared an emergency. Now, when I say it was primarily a county flood, from the standpoint of house damage, Cedar City got very little house damage this time. However, I had them to declare an emergency anyway, and it's a good thing we did because their initial damage assessments just from the 2 wells and the lines that were damaged coming off of the mountain and the riprap is $1 million to $1.5 million, and I'm sure that that's going to go way up. I'm sure it's going to probably when it all clears, it's probably going to be somewhere closer to $3 million, but that's up to the city engineer to make that decision. Our damage is extensive, a lot of infrastructure damage. So actually, from the standpoint of infrastructure and cost to the county, this is going to be a much more destructive flood and a much more costly flood than the original back the August 25th. I want to thank several people. Preston, Nelson, and the entire road department have worked their tails off all hours of the day and night. No matter what time it was, I called them, and no matter what I asked them to do, they were right there. Preston had guys on it. Bruce Anderson shut down services, and I guess you got that kind of power when you're the bishop. Shut down services and brought his entire ward over to fill sandbags. And and it's not just Bruce. I want to thank everybody who showed up to fill sandbags. We had huge crews. Even as late as this last Friday, we had hundreds of people coming out and filling sandbags. I want to thank Washington County Emergency Management. They sent up tons of sandbags when I needed them. And also pumps. Hurricane PD, Chief Lynn XL sent up his pumps, his flood trucks. Hilldale Fire Department, Chief Barlow sent up his flood trucks with pumps. They were over in Enoch that night. The county, we were over pumping those detainment ponds. The July 15th through the 26th report, as I said, has gone to state. I'm collecting information right now. I've been on the phone with over the weekend with Chief Phillips, and we're beginning to get those damage reports in. I've talked to Preston. We're compiling that information, and I'll be
Garfield County also sent sandbags.
Garfield, yes,
Yep. Leland Pollock.
and thanks to everybody who jumped in, and from other counties and from our county who jumped in to help everybody. Well, and this over last week, even after what had happened to Enoch, Rob Dotson was out in his truck helping people pump and doing stuff, and so even after all the damage he had, he was out helping the county. So the Cedar City and the county have declared for this one. Those declarations are at the state, so we're good for that. We're covered for those declarations. And as I said, I'll be collecting information for it. The next thing is the cleanup, of course, and that's going to be part of the information to go to state, because that's going to be expensive. One of the expenses is we've filled over 100,000 sandbags between Cedar City, Enoch, and the county. Now we're going to have to do something with them. And I'm not sure. I talked to Bruce over the weekend, and I've talked to Preston, talked to Commissioner Blake about, what are we going to do with these? Because, I mean, literally, we have a mountain of sandbags. Some of them can be reused. Some of them that haven't been used can be cached, and they'll be good. But a lot of them have been used, and they're not going to be worth anything. And so I'm not sure that Bruce is set up to take that many sandbags, so we got to figure something out. So that'll be the next plan we have to come up with. So I think I covered just about everything.
George, if we put those in a Connex, will they store okay?
The ones that haven't, the ones that haven't been used, because the ones that I used initially to give to Cedar City in the July 25th flood, those were from a year and a half ago. So as long as they're in a Connex and not exposed to direct sunlight, those bags they'll last a long time. They get heavy, they get like concrete, but they're still usable.
That Connex box where we've been storing them, maybe we could, if we stacked them good, we could double deck them.
Well, and I've got,
we could put them in and double stack them so we can utilize that Connex better.
Well, actually, we've got the Connex out by the road now, and I have two Connexes over on the side by search and rescue, and that's where I initially stored those first ones. So we can fill those two Connexes plus the one out by the road. And I've got 100,000 empty bags coming in either today or tomorrow, so we'll need to store those someplace too.
Could we write a letter to our neighboring counties that have helped us so much?
Absolutely.
We can all sign that and send to them.
Yep, we can.
That'd be great.
I think you're going to be, we're probably going to need to draft about 20 letters to various
Yes.
sources.
George and the commissioners.
George, do we need to pay back some of those counties for their bags also?
Well, and I don't know the arrangement you made with Garfield, but
I don't know what I think Leland called me and said they were going to bring 4,000. I'm not sure what they ended up bringing total, but we probably ought to replace them.
well, and Washington County ended up sending up 55,000 in total. I ordered 100,000 more, So that still leaves us with 45,000. But I called Washington and said, where do you want them? And they said, we don't. We just ordered another 100,000 of our own. And so I said, well, yeah, but I owe you. And they said, okay, put them someplace and write us an IOU. And, so I've got to store 100,000 bags. But we owe Washington County 55,000. So.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any questions?
Thank you for all of your hard work, George. I know you were up all night several times and jump up and 3 o'clock in the morning I hear, and we appreciate all you do for the county.
Thank you.
Well, and there needs to be I think one more thing, this is kind of how things work in emergencies. When municipalities declare an emergency, responsibility for that emergency basically transfers to the county statutorily. So when Cedar City floods, that responsibility, as soon as they sign that emergency declaration, comes to Iron County for assistance, which lands on George's head. So I can't tell you how many hours the George has spent over the last month, plus the very fact that we have his knowledge and experience in these type of things from previous employment. We were super lucky. This, as far as emergency response and paperwork and things like that have to go with this, has been really as seamless as it could be, and that's due to George. I mean, it really is. Now we've got the responsibility of not only the cleanup, but the evaluation to put towards mitigation in the future, and that also will fall to George, in a big way. It's not that we're done and we sign the paperwork and walk away. Now we've got to clean up, and we've got to evaluate really our entire valley and determine where our strengths are and where our weaknesses are, and get those holes plugged, and that's it. That's all I could go on for a long time, but thank you.
Well, and to add to that, Preston's crew has been amazing through this.
Absolutely.
I was teasing Preston about after we opened up the Woodbury Split, the culvert that was plugged with boulders, we got that unplugged just in time for the next storm to hit about 10 o'clock. And of course he took a traco out and was babysitting that bridge by Ladybug Nursery, and he was there till 4 o'clock in the morning. I was over at another area, and I went out there to check on him before I went home, and I told him I was going to tease him to any commission meeting. Did I catch him sleeping on the job one more time, he's going to be in trouble. But I think he was napping between times he needed to pull logs out of that channel. But when I went up, he was asleep in the trackle. But he'd worked all night, and then I got home and showered, and I think I got to bed about 5, and then I get a call from Brandon Hunter, who said the channel was plugging up again, and he needed a John Deere key. He needed a key for one of the excavators, and called me to see if I had one. I didn't have one handy, but he was out there. He had worked all night already, and he was out there at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then a lot of these people were up 2 hours. They got 2 hours of sleep and were up working again that next morning, just to make sure everything was flowing. So everybody put in a Herculean effort. So
Yep.
great.
Yeah. Glad I live where I live.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, commissioners.
Jen with Human Resources. Come on up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Currently, we are on track within our budget with no current or anticipated budget issues or concerns for this year. And since our last report for this quarter, we've posted, interviewed, and hired 13 full-time positions and 5 part-time positions. And then we are in the process currently for hiring for the following positions: a part-time outreach coordinator in the COA office, a full-time technician at the landfill, one nurse at the Sheriff's Office Corrections, and several internal positions within the county. And then at present time, we're currently posting and recruiting for 9 full-time positions and 2 part-time positions. So turnover this year so far is at 12.1, or 30 positions lost this year so far. Unfortunately, we've lost 9 employees within the first week and a half of August. In comparison, the turnover for the first 7 months of 2020 was 8.87, and the total turnover for 2020 last year was 12.5, or 31 positions. So we're almost exactly what we were this time all of last year. And we'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the calendar today. Workman's comp EMOD factor, as you know, for 2021 is 0.76. And that second page or third page are statistics on the type of injuries that make up the majority of our claims. So I thought that was kind of interesting to put in there.
Jen,
We'll do some training to
could
kind
you
of.
just give the layman's
Yeah.
version of EMOD?
You know what? I don't know if it's layman's, but I can actually read it word for word.
Okay.
So, a premium modifier that reflects the loss experience of a policyholder compared to the payroll exposure during the same time period.
And
Maybe you have a better.
no,
layman's
just above and below 1. Maybe just explain that.
Yeah, we
that
hope
ratio.
that we never go above 1. We've done really well within the county to stay pretty relative. Last year was 0.72. We're at 0.76 this year. 2 years ago, we were at 8.87. So we kind of fall around the same, give or take. We try not to go above that. But we want to do a little bit more training because the majority of our claims are ankle and foot this year. So, and it seems kind of ironic that I'm in a boot saying that, but that wasn't that wasn't county related. But anyway, anyway, so yeah, so that's why. So we had a successful insurance committee meeting last month. We're meeting with our broker within the next few weeks to kind of get our anticipated preliminary numbers for 2022's insurance renewal. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, that that's not too high. A few weeks ago, Betsy and I attended the USIP training for risk management, along with John, Carrie, Sam, and Chad. We gained some great training, and we're going to get that together to present to the next elected official department head meeting. And John and I talked about that a little bit last week. So, evaluations for employees will be sent out to the department heads and elected officials today. And we're going to give them a month and a half to kind of get those done, since it's a new system this year. And the most important, in my opinion, is we had some milestone anniversaries this quarter. In May, Jason Slack in the Sheriff's Office Corrections celebrated 10 years. In June, Colleen Mason in the Attorney's Office celebrated 35 years, which is amazing. Amy Robinson in the Attorney's Office celebrated 25 years. Betsy Cummings in HR, Julie Sanders in the Justice Court, and Jeffrey Humphreys in the Sheriff's Office Patrol all celebrated 15 years. And then Thomas Bird in the Sheriff's Office Patrol, Stephanie Orton in the CJC, and Reed Erickson in the Building, Zoning, and Planning all celebrated 10 years. So congratulations to them. Is there any questions for me?
No.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Thank you.
Appreciate
As
you.
as always.
See you in a minute.
Yes. See you in the end.
Shane with the Public Defender's Office.
Morning.
Good morning.
So we were on with our budget. We started our first, or had our first jury trial a couple weeks ago. With each of the judges, we have lists of jury trials developed to try to get a handle on the backlog. And so once we start jury trials, that's when we'll start potentially utilizing some of the budget. And so for right now, we haven't had much of a need for it. With that list of jury trials, we are very optimistic that we should be able to get the backlog taken care of fairly quickly. It's looking good as we got everything put down on kind of a spreadsheet and a game plan. Outside of that, I should have the new legal assistant for the public defender starting soon. With that, we'll be able to better track our numbers, track our caseload, and know exactly how many cases each public defender has, how long they have them, what they're carrying, what the caseload is. And so that should be very beneficial just for statistics reasons to understand the caseload of each public defender. But outside of that, nothing really new to report for this quarter. Any questions for me?
No. Thanks for keeping it plugging along.
Okay. Thank
we,
you.
we
Thanks.
appreciate it. Thank
Glad
you.
to get going.
Yeah.
Is there a? I guess I talked to Judge Little the other day, and he indicated that the courts were shutting back down. Kind of, is that?
So they did issue a new administrative order with mask mandates again within the courthouse, but it doesn't necessarily change kind of how we've been progressing. It was a mask mandate. Hopefully we don't shut that back down, but that's
Good.
kind of out of our control.
Right.
So we just get the orders from the Supreme Court. But right now, I mean, maybe one could see it going that direction, but we're pretty hopeful, and we're still plugging along as though we're not and just required to wear masks.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Shane.
Danny Stewart with Economic Development.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here for this update. I've got a few slides that'll help explain kind of where we're at on a few things. And John, are you my clicker? Yeah. If you'll advance to the next one, we'll hurry through this. I just wanted to bring some of the economic indicators. This data comes out quarterly from Department of Workforce Services. Have a economist who provides this to each of the counties in the state. I find this to be very interesting and helpful for your information. This first slide talks about new job creation in Iron County. We were up, this is a year to year from March 20 to March 21, 870 new jobs created in Iron County. The majority of these were created in construction, manufacturing, some in mining, but they were actually all across the board. In every sector, we had new job creation. That put Iron County at 4.1% compared to 1.1% for the state of Utah as a whole, and a negative 4.4 nationally. So we're way ahead of the trends. We've, as everyone here is aware, we're experiencing growth, and there's lots of jobs being created. One thing that was interesting, you're all aware that the tourism hospitality industries are those that really struggled the most through last year's pandemic restrictions. A lot of those jobs, the folks who had those jobs have moved on to higher paying jobs. That was a lot of these newly created jobs of the 870. You'll still see a lot of help wanted signs in a lot of those hospitality type industry businesses locally. So next slide, John, this is employment, and this is actually seasonally adjusted unemployment rate through June of 2021. Iron County, 2.6% unemployment. We're low, actually, just about where we were previous to February of 2020, when things kind of got crazy. You'll see that spike was when COVID restrictions kicked in. That was the light blue there is Iron County. Our unemployment still stayed below the state of Utah and the U.S. as a whole. At all-time high, we're at 8.9%, but now we're at 2.6%. That's why a lot of those businesses are feeling the squeeze and trying to, having difficulties finding employees. That's just an extremely low unemployment rate. Next slide. This is construction permitting. You'll see this is significant, 2021 versus previous 6 years. So these are all complete years, 2015 through 2020, and this is year to date through May. Dwelling unit permits at 399, 62% up from where we were a year ago. And a year ago, if you look at those numbers, that wasn't slacking at all. That was a pretty high number as well. We'd surpassed previous years significantly. Next slide. Sales. Reflecting of the growth that we're having again. I like this. It compares Iron County with the state of Utah. The state of Utah has come through pretty healthy, recovering from pandemic restrictions. Iron County, we've had gross taxable sales are up 31.8% the first quarter of this year versus last year. You'll notice a lot of empty car lots, a lot of higher end items that have been sold. We mentioned the difficulty getting that new inventory in for lack of computer chips, et cetera, but we're way ahead of of usual in all of these areas. So economically, we are quite healthy as a county, doing very well. Next slide. Just an update on a few of the announcements that we've had. This announcement was actually made back in 2019. They got a little bit behind schedule, but construction is underway out at GoEx. This was taken a little over a week ago. If you go out there now, almost all the walls are stood up. They're on schedule for construction. They look at opening that new building, 125,000 square feet in the first quarter of next year, creating up to 100 new jobs. Been working very closely with GoEx and with the Department of Workforce Services on a hiring strategy for this company. That challenge of 2.6% unemployment is tricky, but they're actually doing quite well in their recruiting. It's wise for them to start a year out, to start looking at those positions, getting some folks hired and back to their other plants in the Midwest to be trained up and ready to go next year. Next slide. This company was announced about a little over a month ago. American Packaging Corporation, headquartered also in the Midwest. They have 5 locations in Wisconsin, Iowa, and New York. This is their first venture into the West. They're very excited for opportunities out here. This project came through a site selector and through Economic Development Corporation of Utah. It's the first site selector project that we've won in quite a while. It was a couple of dozen communities in the West, was narrowed down to 2, Cedar City and a city in Idaho. And it worked out for the company that this was the best choice for them to locate out in Port 15. So they will be starting construction on a 250,000 square foot building on 40 acres, creating at least 135 new jobs. So we've already started that hiring strategy with them as well.
And Danny, what do they make?
This is a packaging printing company, so flexible packaging that you see, everything from candy wrappers to frozen goods, different things like that. So it's a very high-tech printing company where they print and produce those packages for mostly the food and healthcare industries. And then finally, Armscor. This was announced. This is a company that's global. They're headquartered in the Philippines. They've had operations in the U.S. since the 1980s. They're expanding rapidly. They purchased an existing building by the airport in Cedar City, scheduled to open before the end of this year, with up to 88 new jobs once they're up and running. They'll hire incrementally over the next few years, a little at a time, but they will be producing firearms and eventually ammunition here at that plant, and potentially an expansion into a second building. So any questions for me? If not, thank you for your support.
Again,
Appreciate all your help.
Thank you for all your hard work, and it's a pleasure.
It's been busy. so
It's been busy. It's been great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Nicole, our county treasurer.
I feel like a school teacher every time handing you out your work, your pile of paperwork. But so just as far as our department goes, we always get to talk about money. So that's what we focus on. But the first paper I gave you is our product sales. Oh, yes. So just kind of gives you an idea of what's been collected since the beginning of the year. Of course, this is kind of our lower. We're just trying to have delinquencies, personal property. Of course, motor vehicle are always ongoing, but so it's a little bit of a lower time. So we're about at 16 million from the first of the year until now. We're moving along pretty good. The second one is just kind of what was collected for county only, with the general fund, library, health, municipal. So it just gives a breakdown of what has come to the county out of that. So that was about 2.5 million that's come just to the county. So pool cash, you can see that our cash, we're doing really well. First, a lot of that is our solar incentives that we hold and then release those before April. And then also a little bit of our CARES money that we're just holding in there. So it's a little bit higher than typical. And our PTIF, our interest rates, of course, we know they're low everywhere. They're falling, but not as quickly as they were. So our rate at the end of last month was 0.36, which we don't love, but it seems to be slowing a little bit. So we're hoping it'll start rebounding. Our outstanding taxes, we're almost exactly where we were last year. We're at 5,726,719, and last year we were at 5,654,000. So we're really close on our outstanding, and we all know where the lion's share of the outstanding is. So without that, we would be in really good shape. On our tax deferrals that we made for the May tax sale, we did a total of 3 deferrals, and 2 of the 3 are not making any payments. Just thought I would make you aware of that. I know John has reached out to one, and so we're hoping that maybe we can get some of those coming in. We did make a change recently. We're starting to do the collecting for personal property in our office. I'm feeling like that's really going to be good, not just to take a little bit of the load off at the assessor's office, but also to give a good separation of duties so that on our real property taxes, of course, the assessor's putting the value on, we're collecting. Any abating or changing of tax is done through our auditor's office. So this will follow that same form that way so that we have a good separation of duties, which will make our state auditor's office super happy. So it just makes that a lot more secure, and so we feel really good about that. And I'm super appreciative to my staff that's willing again to take on additional duties. So I appreciate their willingness to do that and to take on more. We're already starting, and in fact on Friday talked with Data Center. We get started on tax notices. She did let me know that the postage is increasing. Of course they're increasing, and then I think they're increasing again at the end of the year, so we will have some additional costs there that we weren't really anticipating. So I'm sure you hate always hearing everything that goes up, so I'm sorry, but our budget, we're doing really well. I think we're at about 50%. A lot of our big costs come toward the end of the year with the cost of the tax notices and fees and that are associated. So seems like all of my big expenses at the end. But I know a lot's been mentioned about our departments and how hard everyone's been working with the floods and everything, and I think our county, we have some incredible employees, and I look at the recorder's office, and their work has just quadrupled with all the development going on, which that trickles into Karsten, into us. All of our departments work hard. We're all dependent upon each other. If we're not collecting money, nobody gets paid. And it takes all of us to make the county operate. And no one department is more important than in another. I know that we all, I'm sure, think that we work the hardest and we do the most, but it really takes all of us to be successful. So I'm appreciative of everyone, and I think we have a wonderful county. So any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Before we do our commission report, let me bounce back to minutes so I don't forget.
Want me to?
We have our minutes from our, we actually have two sets of minutes. Right, John? Okay. First, we have our minutes from July 26, 2021, as well as our minutes from August 9th of 2021.
Can we do those together?
Yeah.
I'll move to approve the minutes, July 26, 2021, and August 9th, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let's do also do our approval of claims for payment from August 9th, 2021 to August 22nd, 2021. Any question or discussion?
Nope.
All right, move for call for a motion.
So moved to approve those payments from August 9th to August 22nd.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let's move on to our commission report. Commissioner Cousins, if you want to start while I sign this pile.
We're wrapping up our ARPA funding program. The county took, I think the county received a little over $10 million in ARPA funding for infrastructure. It had to be used for water, sewer, or affordable housing. And we have so many water needs in Iron County that we decided to carve off 10% of our allocation, which was about $1 million, and try to use that money to help other communities within our county, the municipalities or unincorporated communities, to be able to leverage their funds. So we agreed to match up to a certain amount in each of these communities, and Dan's working on it right now, putting together a packet. We've received letters from Bryan Head, Paraguna, Parowan, Summit, Enoch, Canaryville, Newcastle. What have I missed? I think that's all of them. To put together a packet to go to the state. The state set aside $50 million in House Bill 1004 to take some of their ARPA funding and match what we do. So we're hoping that if they match what the county matches the individual entities, they could possibly 4 times their money. And so there's some definite needs or real pressing needs in our county, and so hopefully that'll. You say Canaryville and Bryan Head? Yes. Yeah. And so I think, Dan, you just got the last letter today you needed to finish that up. Okay. So we're working on that. We went out, of course, with all this flooding. We've had lots of issues come up. One of them has been Westview. We had a couple of meetings out there. There's a lot of homes, even on the east side of Westview Drive, that drains down into that area and all ends up on that north west corner down by 800 South, right there by the lift station the county owns. And we've talked about some remedies for that. We're working on that. There's just a lot of needs. Obviously, that's just one of the flooding issues. I've been working on some flooding issues down in Canaryville. Thankfully, we cleaned out some ditches and worked on that detention basin, and that obviously helped those folks down there when they got hit hard again. One other quick issue. We talked and going back to the flooding, issues, there was just so many people that helped, and I apologize to the gentleman who just walked in from Wheeler. What was your name again? Kevin Palmer. But, Kevin's just an example of the awesome community we have, and I don't want to necessarily single them out because there's so many different companies, but I know that Wheeler Machinery donated a lot of equipment, had out there helping us with the clean out, and we so appreciate that. I mean, Rocky Ridge, they've always been very helpful. There's so many, it's hard to name names because we'll miss someone, but we live in a wonderful community, and so many people are willing to chip in and help. One other quick issue. Preston called me a while back. They were grading the road, actually getting ready to chip seal it. It's 3900 west and about 2500 north. They were grading, and they came across an old well that's right off the road. It's about a 16-inch casing, and it's 300 feet deep. We've got to make a decision as a commission what we're going to do with that. We don't know who really owns it. It's just somebody drilled it one day, and it's right by the road. We either need to fill it with concrete, or I talked to this Central Iron County Water Conservancy District about what they want to do with it, if they want to use that well for some of their needs and their evaluate. So we've got to either extend it up, weld a cap on it for now until we decide, or abandon it. So we need to talk about that. So, and that's about all I have. 3,900 west and about 2,500 north. So that's all I have.
All right.
I just wanted to talk about the flooding for a minute. First thing too, my heart goes out to those that have damages. It's just so heart-wrenching to see people that have worked so hard on their homes and on their yards, and for it to just to be swept away. It's just, I mean, we're just devastated as commissioners to see that. It just is. I mean, from Canaryville to Paraguna to Enoch to out in the valley, Flionel and Monarch Meadows. I mean, it's devastating for us, and we all understand that Mother Nature. I mean, for a year and a half we didn't have hardly anything, and then Mother Nature comes in and everything can change just overnight, and we all understand that. On August 10th, we went on a ride with the congressional staffers. I was hoping Celeste would stay because she got to play in the mud on that and splash the mud off all over. It's a great program that brings the people from back to Washington, D.C. and shows them all the issues that we have here in rural Iron County and the other counties that the public land challenges and all of those things that are really hard. And they really don't understand it when you live in the city. And so when they come back, they get to have a little fun and go on a four-wheeler ride with us. But we talk a lot about our challenges and our issues that we have here in rural Utah that really makes a impact their decisions that they make. And I think it's been a very successful program that has done for us in Washington, D.C. on legislation. We got to go to the Iron County Scholarship Pageant, and we loved it. We all had a ball. We all went, and what talented, beautiful girls, and we're going to meet them a little bit later. And then I went to the mud bogs, and to see those girls tromping through the mud, it was fun. It was really fun. On the 18th, on August 18th, several different agencies came down. We did helped with the Farmers Feeding Utah. We had gone to St. George and did another one in January, and Scott Stubbs called them and said, Enoch people have been hit so hard, could we have that bunch come back down? And we did. We had them come down, and we sacked up all that food and gave to all those people, and I'm sure that they really appreciated it. It's a great program, to help with people, and it helps the farmers because donated monies buy the farmers food, and then it goes to the needy. So it's a great program. Last Friday, I got to go on it was the Redmond Salt Mines tour. They only give tour to groups, elected officials, and that type of thing. And it was really interesting. They ship that. It's just really fun to see a business like that be able to ship their products all over the United States, and it helps our community. The economic value on a business like that in rural Utah is really, really beneficial, and it was fun to see that. We also got to have a little fun. We got to see it, but then we got to shoot at dynamite, and that was pretty dang fun. And I ended up second, a girl from Wayne County beat me. But and also they had a cannon that shot bowling balls, and that was pretty fun too. And I think that's all I had.
One of my jobs, one of my responsibilities is in my commission seat is to work with emergency management. Really, since July 15th, I've been joined at the hip with George. Just say we're joined at the hip. You're good. I'm just talking. I'm talking behind your back. George perked up in the back. Heard his name. No, really. When things started to flood in Cedar, myself, Mayor Wilson Edwards from Cedar City, interim president Mindy Benson at Southern Utah University, city manager Rob Dotson, and Mayor Jeff Chestnut in Enoch City. We've all kind of been joined at the hip since those first raindrops fell. That's consumed pretty much all of my time between trying to coordinate sandbag efforts, volunteer efforts, the documentation that needs to go with that, the Red Cross, state emergency management, federal partners. It's just been a monumental task. But it's been something that's really eye-opening. I think that we're going to be able to take what we learned and make Iron County better and safer. But it's just been a real pleasure to work with all of those different people. Paul mentioned the Woodbury cutoff that plugged and what caused a lot of our problems. I just wanted to recognize one incident really quickly. There was I would say nothing short of a miracle that happened in that tunnel that night. That at the end, long story short, we had to break up, but with the equipment in there working on the plug, it was plugged so tight, and we probably should show a picture sometime, but we had to have a 3-inch fire hose in there hosing down the plug just to break up the material to where the skid steer could pick it up and move it out. At one point, we knew that the canyon was going to flood again because we were looking at the Doppler radar of the big purple splotch up Cedar Canyon, and we knew that was coming. We know that it takes 6 hours for that flood to come from Cedar Breaks to Cedar City, and we didn't know, and we knew it had been raining for a long time up there, so we weren't exactly sure of our time frame. At one point, as the water rose, it started to come up over the top of the blockade in there. At that point, fire crews determined that it was unsafe to be able to remove that, to stay in there manning that hose. And I was on that hose for one reason or another. I'm just a dumb cop for the last 25 years, and so when I see there's flashy lights and stuff, I'd rather be in the midst of getting my hands dirty than watching from afar. But I ended up trading firemen out. But at the end, there was about 25 feet of block left to go. The fire department had gone to get another piece of equipment that would be safer. Phil Schmidt grabbed me and said, "Look, we don't have time we're in trouble. If we don't fix this now, we're hosed." So Mr. Schmidt and I, Preston Nelson from our road department, Matt Carter from our street department, and Cade Beaumont from our street department grabbed that 3-inch hose, dragged it back in there as far as we could get it, And Matt Carter actually was going to crack the end of that charged hose open by himself, which would have thrown him into the hose. Stop. Anyway, we grabbed that hose, and I know there had been a lot of discussion up to that point of we just all need to pray that this works. As the water was literally rising up our legs to our knees, there was one area that needed to be broken free in order for this to work, and I don't know how it broke free. It wasn't us with that fire hose that broke that free. It was something truly amazing. But I really want to, mention those individuals that ran back into that tunnel and put themselves in harm's way to facilitate that and to bring that to pass. But that was, there are a million miraculous stories and tender mercies that have come out of this incident so far. That was one that I was able to witness, and it was just really cool as and Phil said, I'm going to tell you when it's time to go. We all have to hang in there. When I say it's time to go, we're not going to drown, but when I say it's time to go, we got to go. and as that water's rising and we're spraying, when Phil said it was time to go, that we didn't question. We ran out of there basically, within 30 seconds after that. That next wall of water came down.
Mike,
So
John can play that video if you want.
Oh.
You wanna play it?
yeah. Give an idea.
I'll piggyback off your Mike if you're okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Preston, our road department, I was talking to him, director. I was talking to him that night, and he said he was trying to figure out, because that's only about 8 feet tall in that tunnel, and it's hard to get equipment that's shorter than that. And so he was driving down the road. He said, I said a little prayer, and instantly this handler that Brandon Hunter owns pulled out. Telehandler pulled out in front of him with a bucket on. He said, "That's what I needed." He grabbed him, and they took it over there, and they really saved the day with that. And that's just an example of everybody jumping in and helping. So, did you find it?
Well, and can I just say, if you didn't go there and see that wall of water coming and barreling around like that, and they had an excavator taking, as much as they could so it wouldn't replug, and those men were right behind that plug. If it went all at once, it would have taken them too. It was really scary. I feared for all of their lives. It was it was an act of kindness for them to do that, because they put themselves in harm's way for sure.
And with that being said, there was never. We talked a little bit after.
At the time, nobody.
It's
said
just we just
anything.
did what we did. There was
Yep.
nobody balked. Nobody. It was just cool. I'm really blessed to be there for that.
They were trading back and forth with the skid steer too. The guys that work for a little while and then they'd get out. I mean, it was intense, and so there's a lot of pressure there.
Anyway, that's an idea of what
Shows
happened there that night. I wanted to really recognize Matt and Cade and Preston and Phil for that. That was, I believe, inspired work that night. It was cool to be a part of that. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're running a little bit late, but if we can take 5 minutes, a lot of times we can get a couple of things accomplished in that little break that keeps the meeting shorter in the end. We'll come back at 10 after for our 10 o'clock calendar. agenda just a little bit to try and make better use of some of the folks' time here. In fact, let's Miss Iron County agenda item. We're going to bump you to number 1. You guys are the most number 1 importantest. So.
Good morning. It's really nice to see you three. Thank you so much for being such great supporters of the Miss Iron County organization, and we're thrilled to have you all there at the pageant a couple of weeks ago. I would like to introduce to you Miss Iron County, Angelin Mbaki, and she's going to speak to you just for a couple of minutes, and then after her, our outstanding teen, Tanley McCurdy, will take up some time, and then if we could do a photo real quick when they're done.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Okay.
I don't know why you always ask for a photo, because
No, it's
like Beauty and the Beast. but absolutely.
First you'll
Except for
have
Marilyn, we classed it up with Marilyn a little bit.
I don't know, an old woman.
Okay, Angelin will go first.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here. And it's so wonderful to see all the hard work that everyone puts in towards our county. That's amazing. And it's such a great motivation to make me even work even harder. So my platform, or right now called the social initiative, is entitled SHINE. It's an acronym and it stands for Standing Higher in New Environments. I attend Cedar High School, and I am the president of the Multicultural Club. And I happen to be a woman and a child of the minorities. And my goal is to break obvious barriers in fighting for equality for everyone in Iron County. I will go and have gone to places not many people go to help spread awareness. I want to visit the local Paiute community, as well as the Center of Diversity and Inclusion, also known as the CDI at Southern Utah University, to work on increasing awareness of minorities and have them feel heard and loved. I am from South Africa, and I now live in Cedar City. And as Miss Iron County, I want to work hard to help everyone in our communities shine in new environments of love, openness, and respect. I will work hard to work with organizations such as Canyon Creek Services, Youth Volunteer Corps of Cedar City, and the Can Share of Iron County to ensure that children and women are taken care of. I have gone to Canyon Creek Services, and I am now will be starting a drive for their shelters. I just have to undergo some more paperwork. It will be hard, and I know that I won't eliminate all of our problems and issues. To think that would be unrealistic and presumptuous. But we all have to start somewhere, or we will never move forward. We have to step into new environments and take us out of our comfort zones, hand in hand. We can only shine in these new environments and make a difference if we start somewhere and do it together. Do you have any questions for me?
I have a comment.
Mm-hmm.
We were sitting in front of your family that night.
Okay.
And I was so impressed. I was talking to Jeannie Bartholomew during the break. I was so impressed that they were cheering as loud for all of the girls, not just you. And my hearing I might have lost a little bit of hearing there. But I was impressed with your family. They were very nice and congratulated and cheered all of the girls on, including yourself. And obviously they were a little biased there, but impressive.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
And I just want to welcome you. During the year, we'll have an opportunity, whether it's the fair or there's events throughout the year where you guys are there to represent Iron County, and we're generally there as well. It was a really great pleasure last year to kind of build a relationship with our former royalty, and we really look forward to getting to know you guys and building a relationship there. And just welcome aboard.
Thank you. Likewise, I'd like to know more of you as well. Thank you.
And you did really shine. That you went right along with your theme. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Good
She
morning.
won the race on the mud bogs, by the way.
I did win the race. I did. I may have tripped a couple times, but it was well worth it.
She made it.
Well worth it. Well, my name is Stanley McCurdy, and my platform is Sad to Glad. I will be helping the youth with self-esteem, anxiety, and depression through movement therapy. I want to start an after-school program for the youth so they can just relieve their self-anxiety and their stress levels, and I just want to help them feel confident in themselves. And I'm providing a free improv class every month so they can really relax, and that will include yoga and just so they can breathe. And I will be talking to a therapy center, and so they will come talk at the last 15 minutes of the session that I will give them. Any questions?
Awesome.
Tell them how old you are.
I am 15.
Even believe that.
I turned 15 tomorrow, actually. So, yeah.
Wow.
Well, happy birthday.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you. Thank you so much.
Again, you in your performance and I mean just through the whole process, you were awesome.
Thank you
and
so
again,
much.
welcome,
Thank you.
and we look forward to meeting with you guys and getting to
So
know you through
excited
this school year.
I'm so excited for this year and to meet all of you guys.
One thing, I'm gonna give you a resource right off the bat that may help you with with your project. Stephanie Ward, our director at the Iron County Children's Justice Center, and the Children's Justice Center in general, has a lot of the same goals that you do, and they have a ton of resources. So I'm going to make sure that you have all their contact information.
That'd be awesome.
That's going to be a really great place for you to start and integrate yourself into some things that are already going on in the county. So it's not like you have to reinvent the wheel. You can just make it a lot better.
Yes, that's perfect.
I'll make
Thank
sure that you've
you.
got all that contact information.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Anything else?
I just think we'd be remiss if we didn't thank your advisors and those that help you, Karen and everyone.
Yes.
Every year, this is so much work for them, but all of you involved that are involved in this, the committee, my sister up north has been involved in these pageants for so many years, and it's such a great opportunity for young women to shine and to show their talents and build confidence. It's an awesome program, and we're
If you haven't gone before, you really should go. It's a great show. These girls are amazing, and I would encourage you all to go next year because it was way over the top what I thought it would be.
All right. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Mhm.
Hey, before you guys leave, here's a phone number.
I think they want to do pictures too. So
Oh yeah, pictures.
Pictures.
Oh yeah,
I'm
pictures.
going to jump down in front of the package.
Do you guys want to come up and do it with the logo? That's where we did it last year. We looked awkward up here with you guys. Here's that.
There you are.
That right there. I don't know.
In between.
Let's get right here.
Let's move your seats a little bit.
Oh, whoops.
Rich is our set director.
Set director. Can I get one?
Eddie, come to the
Basically.
Thank you.
Now you guys will be all over South Africa.
There you go.
They will be.
Did,
Thank you again, and also to Mr. Jessup, that was our bean counter. It was great.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Did you guys get that phone number? Perfect. All right, we're also going to bump. Let's see, we moved number 2 to number 1. We're also going to then we're going to move number 5 to number 2 to accommodate Dr. Blodgett, so he can move on with his day. So, number 5. This is a resolution 2021-6. Resolution placing trust in individual health decisions and establishing a policy against lockdowns and mask mandates. And turn the time to Commissioner Cousins.
So this is a resolution that that the Iron County, or I'm sorry, the Washington County Commissioners passed a few weeks ago. I came across it and called Commissioner Almquist and asked him if we could plagiarize it, change a couple words a little bit. But I'll just read that. Whereas governmental entities around the world are considering imposing new lockdowns and mask mandates in response to a resurgence of the COVID virus. Whereas in Iron County, we believe that individuals should educate themselves, consult with their personal physicians, and make their own healthcare choices. Whereas lockdowns have been shown to have negative impacts on economies and individuals' mental health. Whereas individuals can take steps they believe will protect themselves from COVID, including receiving a vaccine, wearing a mask, maintaining physical separation, and other measures. Whereas additional lockdowns and mask mandates from Iron County are not warranted. Now therefore, it is resolved by the County Commissioners of Iron County, Utah, that individuals are encouraged to make educated, personal health care decisions to continue to slow the spread of the COVID virus. It is further resolved that Iron County will not support nor impose any economic lockdowns or mask mandates. And that's the resolution. And I know that Dr. Blodgett, he agreed to be here today to maybe make a couple of comments. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you want to.
Absolutely. Turn the time to Dr. Blodgett. Dr. Blodgett is our, I can't remember your title.
County.
Nobody knows what public health does.
We know, I know what you do and such, but if you'd introduce yourself.
Health officer for the Southwest Utah Public Health Department. We cover 5 counties, Iron County being one of them. So, and Commissioner Cousins sits on our board, which I'm very grateful for. He does a wonderful job there. I think the sense behind this is really any decision or if anything that impacts your health comes down to personal choices and what you do in those situations. And for some time, we've tried to make this about a government intervention to try and save the world when it is individual choices that make all the difference. And so we know that COVID spreads, for example, most likely in a close face-to-face contact within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. And so even though we had mask mandates and lockdowns and everything else, that didn't slow the spread of the disease. It actually probably made it worse because people spent a lot of time wondering, what can I do to avoid the mask mandate, instead of thinking, well, why would I want to wear a mask, or what's that about? Now we have a vaccine. The vaccine is proving to be very effective, and the recommendation is to get vaccinated, right? And we need to do that. And so this makes solid recommendations to do all the things that we know are important. We know clearly who it is that's most at risk for this disease. Even now, most of the people that continue to die from this are in that high-risk group that are over the age of 70 or have an underlying medical condition of some sort. And there are other situations, and the press makes us aware of those, but on the whole, for example, in our district, 65-70% of the cases that have passed away have been over the age of 85. And so the fact that we've been able to vaccinate 85 or 90% of that group is really significant. And we've dropped it from a probably 17% fatal disease in that group to probably less than 1%, which is really tremendous. And so we see few breakthrough cases, but some, and then those will be talked about and we'll hear about those. And so all of that needs to go into your decision-making process, but it's impossible to make an algorithm complicated enough for a government mandate to do that. It's what you have to do as an individual. And so we'll continue to make sure you have good information. We'll put it up on our website. We'll be available to talk and all of those kinds of things as you make decisions. But as far as using that heavy lever of government, that's not the appropriate way to approach something that requires each of us to be informed and moving forward with what we do. So I think the resolution has the impact of saying, look, we want everybody to be engaged in their own health care. So, any questions that I can answer for you?
We feel strongly about that too, that it's an individual right on your personal liberty. So,
Well, I'd just like to mention from the onset of COVID-19 in early 2020, Dr. Blodgett has been the rock as far as, a public health officer. The information that he's provided not only to the commission but widespread in our area has proved to be valuable. It's proved to be accurate, and we're really grateful to have you here to help us guide us through it. We felt less of the political tug of war here in Iron County and Southern Utah in general because of level heads of your level head and then those of your office and staff, and we just appreciate the continued support and update. And thank you. You've really helped us navigate this far better than we could have.
I sure
It's been
appreciate
great.
that. And
Well,
it's been a real pleasure to work with.
And I just echo that. I've served on the board with Dr. Blodgett for 2.5 years, a little over that, and he's been amazing. A real steady hand, just sensible and calm, and look, this is how it is. And he's been right all the time on this. So we appreciate you very much.
Thank you so very much. We're grateful.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments regarding item number 5? Seeing none, I'll call for motion.
I'll move for approval of Resolution 2021-6, a resolution placing trust in individual health decisions and establishing a policy against lockdowns and mask mandates.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution passes. And is signed. All right.
Go back.
Just trying to decide how we can make the best use of our time. Let's go to, is Dan? I couldn't see in the back. Hey, are you ready to talk about number 4?
Number 4.
Independent audit.
Due to the flood, we had to bump that meeting, so we
Okay.
did not meet with the audit committee. Some of them were there.
We were there. Nicole and I was there. We can go to lunch again and talk about it.
Okay, so we're not ready to award the contract. Okay, so we're just going to strike number 4. That takes care of that. Let's move on to agenda item number 1. Agenda item number 1 is public comments. We remind folks that there's a 3-minute time limit per speaker for public comment participants. They should not repeat others' comments. Only for items not on the agenda. No items related to the commission's role as an appeal board. Comments should be directed to the commission, and no attacks on others' character. And I will mention with this, we do have an agenda item that we will go to next to discuss flooding issues. So the public comments would be for non-flooding issues if anybody has a public comment. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Randy Cagle. I live in the Flying L Ranch subdivision. I'm not here to talk about the flooding. I live on Phase 1, which is on the south side of 3000 North, right across the street from the Michael Coronado annexation that you guys discussed back in June. I want to give you a little status update on what's happened with the city, with Cedar City. Back on July 17th, I received a notice of a rezoning of that property to be held on July 20th, 3 days later. So hurriedly, several of us attended that planning commission meeting and objected to that rezoning. We were not even aware that the property had been annexed by Cedar City. Planning commission told us there was really nothing they could do because the master plan shows medium density residential. So they approved it and forwarded the item on to Cedar City Council. Before that meeting, I was able to do a lot of research, and I brought up a lot of points to the City Council. One was the fact that their 2012 master plan was done entirely with Cedar City residents and no input from any county residents in the area. Also, there was no notification of the annexation to any of the residents in the area. So they tabled the matter, came back to City Council 2 weeks later, where the city attorney said he acknowledged there was a lot of violations of the notice requirements and the fact that the annexation map has never been recorded. He was ordering that map not to be recorded, and he recommends that City Council on their September 1st meeting consider an ordinance repealing what they had done regarding that annexation. So it's going to start all over again, which means it's going to come back to you. At that City Council meeting, I presented a petition to them signed by 220 owners, basically every property owner in that area. Nobody supports medium density residential in that area. They want it to remain agricultural, at the very least, single family residential. So when it does come back to the county commission, I'm assuming that you'll have a public meeting and you'll notify us, and hopefully I don't have to go out and get 220 more signatures to bring it back to you. I can provide you copies of what we gave. Well, I did bring 1 page of those 28 pages just so you can see what we presented to the City Council, but we would really like your consideration in asking that that property remain in the county. And if they do, or they are successful in getting the city to annex it, maybe there should be some type of agreement when they annex it that it should remain ranch estates or single family residential or something. But you know, the residents of the area do not want medium density residential. At least one city councilman recognized the fact that it should probably have never been master planned that because there's not enough infrastructure, and the rural look of the neighborhood really doesn't support that. So thank you. And I'm just going to give you a copy of that petition that we gave City Council.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just give it to Mr. Whitaker. We really appreciate that. And we're aware of that, and so if it ends up coming back to us, please come again, and
you bet.
We'll be happy to listen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Richard A. Russo. I live in Flying L subdivision, Phase 1. I was one of the signatories to Randy's petition. I'm a retired civil engineer. And when I purchased my home in Flying L, one of the first things I did, knowing that there was a creek nearby, is checked out the flood insurance rate maps, which showed that portions of Flying L Phase 1 and the area of this development were all in the 100-year floodplain. This is evident based on what had happened on the August 18 flood event. The water went through our subdivision, crossed over 3000 north and a little bit of a dip, just about 500 feet west of our subdivision, flooded the field and went to the north up into Monarch Meadows. Okay, one of the things I was concerned that night happened to be a board meeting, and the developer was talking about building a wall, which would increase the elevation, cause more flooding in Flying L 1, 2, and 3. And as you probably know, the concrete block wall in Monarch Meadows was actually knocked down by the floodwater. The county here has an opportunity with a do-over. I was kind of surprised when I saw that the Cedar City master plan allowed for a residential development in a floodplain. So you have an opportunity to do kind of a do-over here and take the opportunity to mitigate potential future problems for any kind of residential development in that land area. It should remain agricultural or open space land. I think governmental agencies across the country have realized that when you're in a floodplain area or a flood-prone area, the best land use for that area is open space or recreational type purposes. And so you may have to consider that. One of my other concerns is that if there's done any future resurfacing of 3000 North, that will increase the elevation of the road. Again, the next flood event that we have, or the next clogging of the tunnel that you had, will again cause more floodwaters to occur in phase 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning, Paul.
I'd just like to take a few minutes, and I know Commissioner Wood, you've met Gloria, but the rest of you haven't. I'd just like to introduce Gloria Tibbet. She's our new Color Country District Manager for BLM. So
welcome.
Gloria will supervise the St. George, Cedar City, and the Richfield field offices, and will be a fixture in a lot of the decisions we make, and making a lot of those decisions. And we're working with all of you, and hopefully hand in hand in the future. And we're very happy to have Gloria. She's extremely qualified and capable and great to work with. So I'm sure you'll find out the same that I have over the last while. Gloria started with us in April, and we just finally got an opportunity to come and meet and introduce. So I'll let her say a little more about herself.
Yes, I've actually been in Cedar City for about 2 years now. I was working on the Northern Corridor project and then several others for the district for the last couple years. And I've spent time with the BLM in Colorado, in Nevada, and in Arizona. And so I come to Utah with some experience looking at different places and getting different ideas, but I'm really excited to see how things are done here in Utah and just carry forward working with you all as partners.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I brought my cards today. I'm going to give them each to you just so that you have my direct line if you guys ever have questions or we need to partner on anything. I'd love for you to just call us directly, myself or Paul, anytime.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
Thank you, Gloria.
I call Paul on a regular basis. We meet.
Yes,
So
please keep
that's
doing
great.
that. Thank you.
Dan Jessen, 2961 North, 2300 West. Take off my auditor hat for a minute. You guys have talked about this, but as somebody who lives in this area, and I know we're going to talk about the flood and all that stuff, but I just wanted to say two things. One, and administratively we'll talk about this, but I think that the county we should consider potentially nothing like a good disaster to show you where your weaknesses are and get the momentum to create positive change. I think we should consider creating a enterprise fund for storm drain. This is something that most cities have. They have an impact fee for storm drain. Usually they'll have a water, sewer, roads impact fee, and a lot of times they'll have a storm drain impact fee. What that does is when new developments come online and people come in and build, they have to pay a fee. That fee goes into a fund which is able to be used on the larger infrastructure that the subdivision isn't required to put in. We currently don't have a storm drain impact fee. We don't have a storm drain fund. We have in the engineer's budget about $100,000 a year for him to do special projects to cover the entire county. And when they get moving rock and doing stuff, that $100,000 is really not much. It's quite minuscule for doing large projects. But an impact fee, those that are moving into the community, basically pay for the impact they have on the system. And so it's something that I think that we need to discuss. I also wanted to say the road guys, I mean, everybody has been doing a lot, but when you're right there on the ground, you see little things. Our road guys, sorry. When the thing plugged and it sent the second surge down, we were trying to block the where the water came back in the second time, and I can't remember the loader operator, the young blonde guy, Hoyt. They got in there with the loader bucket and got these two old ladies out that one was scheduled for hip surgery. They got her out in the bucket of the loader because we were in cleanup mode after the first surge. It was dry, the sun was shining, and all of a sudden the river comes right back again with full force. And last night, I don't know, the nights are vague, I mentioned that we were going to run down and grab and pull out a telehandler that was stuck up into its axles in the mud. It was a property owner, had nothing to do it whatsoever with the county. And come to find out, after they had left their shift, Justin was down there, John was down there, and we pulled this telehandler out, and it's on 3,000. They went above and beyond just those little things, and they wouldn't want recognition, but anyways.
I just wanted to say the only reason we knew the second surge was coming because Preston called me. He was down there at the airport, and he called and he said, "Rich, it's flowing over the airport road. Tell the people to get away from the ditch."
Yeah.
So I'm glad he did.
Yeah, my dad saw it coming and started screaming to everyone, "Move the tractor, the flood's coming," and we just watched it come. And like he said, my sister right here, my 68-year-old mother, my 75-year-old grandmother scheduled for a knee replacement, my husband, I'm pregnant, and my toddler were evacuated in a load bucket.
So anyways, I didn't want to jump start that conversation, but I did want to say from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it. And that's when you see the best in people.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Lorraine Russo. I also live in Flying L1, but I wanted to dovetail on what Randy said. Two issues that I found when we were in town and could attend the Cedar City meetings regarding the zoning of the property that I felt Cedar City was rather dismissive of. One was the notification process. Their notification is within 300 feet of the impending property. That's going to be changed. And so we only have 15 homes in Flying L1. I believe only 2 or 3 homeowners at the most receive notification. And when you're out in a rural area like that, I'm hoping the county is more understanding of homeowners that do need to be notified. And the other thing I thought they were kind of dismissive of was there were education people that came and spoke. I worked in education for 18 years, not in Utah, but I understand there's a board of education, or I can't think of the right name, the Aaron County Board Education School Board.
School District Board.
Yeah, School District Board that is in charge of education-related items and has impact over that. But it's a quality of life issue for this county and also for Cedar City. What happens with the schools? So I'm hoping that there's some type of liaison and information passed on, not just say, you know, that's a school board problem. It's definitely a quality of life issue. I'm sure all of you that have children or have had children in the public school system are concerned about the quality of life here in Iron County and Cedar City. And as a retired person that worked in education, I just wanted to bring that to the forefront of your thoughts when you do get to the point of reconsidering the annexation of that property near 3,000 and 2,300 when that comes to your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments?
Just one more.
Oh.
John Whitaker. I'm a resident of Cedar City. I'm going to speak with two different hats today. The first one is, as a resident of Cedar, I'm concerned. I've already heard stories of folks trying to like walk to town on Bulldog Road from Gemini, and I worry that more higher density will lead to some tragic outcomes. I think that needs to be considered carefully in the ordinance now. With my other hat, we, the Iron County, you, the commissioners, because we're talking about a peninsula, we'll have an opportunity to vet this annexation as it comes back again, and I hope we maybe take a look at that. The density was a concern for me from that perspective. Now, the law changed this year on how the notice is supposed to be given, and it's supposed to be done by the county clerk. And the petitioner is to bring the request to the county clerk. And that was a new change. It wasn't well advertised. And so they worked with Cedar City. And that's what led to Mr. Romeril saying, look, we need to back this up and look at it again. And so we certainly will make notice more widely available. The law really is just 300 feet. And in lower density, that just means you're going to get a fistful. But knowing what we know, knowing what's happened, knowing the mitigating circumstances, we will cast a wider net when we make that notice. So,
thank you. Any other public comment?
Flooding or not on the flooding?
Not on the flooding. We will move to flooding next. All right, seeing no other public comment, let's move on to agenda item number 3. Agenda item number 3 is discussion about flooding and draining issues due to recent approved developments and long-term commitments not yet achieved. Mr. McVeigh.
Good morning. And thank you for the time and the opportunity to be here. I find it a bit ironic that I'm the flood item on the agenda. I'm a transplant from South Dakota, and I come from a small town, about 200 people. So when we moved to Cedar City, it was rural, and we love our community. So the growth that was projected a little earlier doesn't make me as happy. And I'll tell you one of the things that correlates with our current situation. I love my community. I'm committed to Iron County. When I first came here, I was asked to serve as a director on the board for the airport. I served my 4-year term, and I loved working with the people that I got to know there. I have experienced things over the last 3 weeks that have convinced me that this is one of the best communities probably in the nation to live. Of the last 3 weeks, I spent the first week pumping basements in Enoch because our ward was assigned to 2 communities over there. And the next week I spent tearing out drywall, carpet, insulation, furniture, appliances, and hauling it all to the dump. And I'd like to throw a shout out to Bruce and Wade Adams for providing us with a local resource over there to dump materials without having to make trips out to the dump 6 times a day. We could clean a lot more homes and properties that way. And then the third week we spent sandbagging. Not in my community because we didn't get hit that hard, but we were called to come over and get together with a group of 50 to 75 to build sandbag ditches to stay ahead of the water to try to keep it out of the developments. And without a doubt, that group probably saved dozens of homes from experiencing what the folks in Northern Enoch had to live through. Another shout out to SunPro. Showed up with a semi-trailer and tractor and a forklift that we could only get so close to the areas that we needed to sandbag in our trucks without getting stuck. Brady drove that forklift right up to the line with pallets of sandbags so that we could move quicker and cover more ground. But honestly, that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today, and if I could, I have 3 packets that I kind of put together. Can I get to?
Thank you.
Thanks.
So originally, I'd been introduced to Steve Platt years ago as I served on the airport board through prior Commissioner Dale. And Steve and I would look at this ditch, which part of it is basically what's left of the old Schertz Creek, which was a seasonal creek for years. The developer for Spring Creek years ago, decades ago, went behind the property on the south side of the property line and kind of dug a ditch. Wasn't straight, wasn't on the property line, didn't really tie into things as ideal as it could and should have. But it did help alleviate some of the flooding with there. Not all of it, but some of it. Two things. One is based on some comments earlier about Cedar City annexing property without proper notification. The property behind us from Westview all the way out to Cowichita apparently was annexed by the city, and there are no residents in my community that was aware of that, and it's right on our property line. So historically, when I've been working with Steve Platt to get some resources thrown at this ditch behind us because it needed to be dredged from 5700 east, the first quarter mile or so. You can see that Google picture that I gave you there. It was straightened out, it was formed, it was cleaned up so that water could flow through it without some of the concerns and issues that we have on the east end. Where it makes its corner there, that's where my house is. And when we first built there, about 7 years ago, I would go up on the ditch and I could see that the water had to make a 90-degree turn. And where it makes that turn, it was undermining that corner. So at my own expense, I brought in 200 ton of material and rebuilt that berm so as to keep it from blowing out. A few years later, a development was approved off of Westview, Mr. Meisner. I've never met Mr. Meisner. I've talked to some of his contractors. And without any, what I feel, and I'm not an engineer, don't pretend to be any more than just a homeowner there, but they compromised that berm. And then they put in a small ditch from the 4B development along the back of the property line there that really wouldn't catch much more than somebody leaving their sprinklers on overnight for a long weekend. We had a brief 5-minute rain, and there's pictures there that I showed you where a ditch filled up. It didn't drain because the riprap at the end is about 1.5 feet higher than the culvert, which you can't take it any lower at this point because if you do, Schertz Creek is going to backflow into it. Because as it is now, the level that the riprap is at is about 1 foot above where we've seen high water. So if they move it down lower so that new ditch will drain, it's going to be an issue. I spoke with Rich Wilson a little bit. In fact, I don't know, did you get copies of the letters that we sent?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
And then one of the other neighbors, Dave Walker, also sent a letter to the city because we found out that was now annexed into the city, whereas before we were under the impression that all of it was county. The ditch, however, is still on our property line, so it would still be in the county. In talking to Rich and then the city engineer, they were concerned. They were in agreement that there needed to have some attention. Our concern as the residents is that we just get these little bits and pieces that come in, and they're kind of Band-Aids. And having Jonathan express his concern about these impact fees, I think that's an excellent idea, because we've got developers that are putting in their properties and they're taking these impermeable soils, replacing it with asphalt and concrete and roofing materials. Allows the water to gather quicker, and once it gets to, you get more water together, it's going to move a lot faster. We've seen that in Meadows and Westview Estates, where once it hits the road, it's a torrent. And so we've asked them to address that intersection, that corner there. And if Meisner or whoever else wants to develop and build more upstream, that's great. But don't just push it down on those of us that. And my house is newer. I've got neighbors that houses have been there for decades, and they were built at the established grade at the time. Over time, as people have come in and built, and as the roads were built, the ditches now on the side of the road are higher than the elevation of their homes. So the water that comes on their property has no place to go, absolutely no place to go. In asking the county, well, Steve Platt, over the years, whose responsibility that was, it was never clear because the county would on occasion dredge the big ditch in back. But no attention was ever given to all of the drainage ditches alongside the road in the front. A couple of years ago, we saw 6 inches of water over the road and a foot and a half in our properties on the south side of the road. And that was on the front, because there's a lot of area, including 4B, that drains to the north. It doesn't drain uphill to the ditch, so it has to come across our properties. It's obvious to me that when they develop a property like that, they don't have any plan what they're going to do with the water that they're shedding. It's one thing to be concerned about the water that's coming down from them, or to them rather, from Cross Hollows or from upstream from them, but they have an obligation and a responsibility to either allow that water to pass through at the same rate it did before or deal with it. And I really think that if they're going to build, they need to have a responsibility, whether it's through a financial obligation or commitment or just their own people doing it, to make sure that that water gets past our development, not just into Spring Creek, but past it out to Quichpa. And so we would like to see the county take point on that and address their part of it in that intersection, and then hold the city responsible for whatever projects that they approve, to not just dump all that water into our area. We've been fortunate. I mean, I'd be devastated if I had to myself deal with what I've seen hundreds of families working with over the last 3 weeks. So we've done our part, we tried, but when I see them bust through a berm that we took care of to make sure that we were protected so that they could further their project without any really consideration what the impact was for us. We've got this riprap now that has exposed a higher part of the berm. Once the water hits that, it's just going to go over, it's going to take the rest of it out. So well, if you have the letter, I mean, that has the rest of the details, and then the pictures are kind of telling. The material that was used to build that corner originally, as you look at the pictures, you can see that it's just busted up concrete and old rebar from some other project somewhere. Wasn't properly installed. It's just there and then covered up with dirt. And I suspect that the developer for Spring Creek probably is the one that was trying to do that. As it's undercut it, all that concrete and steel is just falling in the bottom. And so it's just filling it up, and it's overdue to be dredged, honestly, in the back there. But from a long-term perspective, so that we don't have a repeat of Enoch in Spring Creek, because I would like to know that I would always be available to help those in need that are going to be suffering from stuff that can't be fixed. This could be fixed. This could be addressed beforehand. And it would be nice to see the collaborative effort that we've had in trying to fix things after the fact. Have that same effort and that same ideology before the problem. So appreciate you guys' time. Thank you. Any questions for me?
We went out and looked at that, and
did you?
Yeah. We went out with Richard, and yeah, we could see there's an issue there. So yeah, we definitely need to look at that and see what we can do.
Rich has been very responsive, and we appreciate that. Steve was very responsive, but every 3 months I'd kind of get a commit from him, and we'd talk about doing it, and then resources were tapped, and so we...
And that is a problem, too.
It is.
Because, as you see, we
only got
flooded
so
all
much.
over the county. So, but yeah, we understand your plea, and we read your letter, and it was very nice, and explained it very well.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and talking to us. We don't know what the issue is a lot of times. A lot of times people don't come and talk to us, but a lot of our weaknesses were exposed during this whole event, the last month across the board. And so, but we really appreciate you taking the time to come in and make sure that we're aware of it. And now it's on our radar and we can continue to work to make it better. So thank you really for your time.
Richards is here if he wants to.
We have a full-time excavator operator and an excavator that goes around, Curtis DeMille, that goes around and does the flood control. And obviously with the whole county, he's busy, and with the storms that Mother Nature's given us this last few weeks, certainly has shown some of the weaknesses we have, and we will address them. It could take some time, so we'll get on those as quickly as possible.
Well, I guess, and Rich, you might be able to talk a little bit more about this. We already
talk about the city.
Prior
with the city about this.
Well, and prior to this,
so I would like to wait till I've heard all the comments.
Yeah, sure.
Taken
no, this is another issue.
Okay.
But maybe you can talk about.
Okay.
Earlier in the year, we did fund and plan a flood mitigation study.
Right.
Will you just talk a tiny bit about that?
That's NRCS, right?
That's the NRCS. NRCS has funded us with $500,000 for a Lower Coal Creek study.
Richard, could you just tell us what NRCS is?
Well, somebody tell me what
I know.
It's
a federal agency. Yeah.
It's a
Anyway.
federal agency.
Yeah,
It's these acronyms that people use.
We speak in so many acronyms. That
Right.
Yeah.
It's they're part of the Department of Agriculture, and they come.
Natural Resources Conservation Service.
Yes.
Thank you.
I looked it up.
Thank goodness for Google.
That's it.
Thank goodness. So we received a grant from them. There's always a process that I've been telling people, and I guess it's a good time to repeat this now. I've been telling people in the last month that I've been meeting. Sometimes we would like to respond faster, but we as the voters have chosen to slow it down so that there is a process to administrate to needs that are real needs. We don't want to throw money every time it rains. We want to throw money when it's appropriate. And so with the NRCS funding, we have to go through steps to award the contract, which has been awarded to Bowen Collins, and they're doing right now the next step. I know this might frustrate some people. It's the environmental impact study. It's got to be done because in order to use federal funding, we have to go through this. When that is complete, then they will come up and we will talk about a solutions plan, constructions, and monies for that. So anything that comes out of that grant that we just received, Commissioner, is down the road.
Right.
But we did receive $500,000, and that has to do with Lower Coal Creek. And I was trying to squeeze the Quichapa Canal into that, but that's not what we asked for last year when the process started. But we do right now. I've been working with NRCS this week about emergency relief funds, and that's going to include the Quichapa Channel, out there where Bill is, other places, just so we can do some preparation with. We need repairs first. We need some design and planning, and then we need construction of the proposed improvements that. When we get 6.5 inches in an hour, all the planning in the world isn't necessarily for that large of event. It's for smaller events. So we were very fortunate, and I hope later we'll talk about what happened at the Woodbury split. I've talked to so many people that do not know, as you three commissioners know, and I know, and others might know, what happened at Woodbury, and what a blessing it was that we got the Quichapa open just in time. But so your question was, yes, we have received money, a grant from NRCS. We are spending that money. The first step is the environmental impact study, the next step will be a planning and a design and solution phase. So, and then I'll hold my comments to the end of everyone else's comments.
Absolutely. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. Mostly in my mind, I knew that was an ongoing project, and thank you. Anybody else with flooding related comments? Please come up to the mic, introduce yourself, and we would love to hear what you have to say.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Hannah Hendricks Johnson, and I am here to represent my parents who purchased their dream retirement home in the Flying L subdivision last year. When purchasing the home, they were told that the creek running through the backyard was a fail-safe for the city and could not and would not flood due to how wonderfully it was designed to protect the city. Their once beautiful backyard is where the water breached the bank in Flying L and spread across to all of their neighbors. They lost their entire life savings, which was put into this home, and hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment for my father's business, which was created to support them for the rest of their lives. We appreciate the incredible help we have received in beginning the cleanup from many volunteers and city and county workers. There is just still so much to do, not only to clean up and fix the pieces of their lives, but to ensure the comfort and safety of the neighborhood moving forward. We genuinely appreciate the stories of volunteers and miracles, and I've had them in my prayers since Wednesday and will keep them there in gratitude. We could never begin to adequately express our gratitude to those who have worked so hard to help, both during the floods and in the beginning of the cleanup. However, this is far from over. Our homes have been left damaged and property near ruined. We are here to ask, why did this happen? More specifically, was there a prior plan in place to unclog blocked divergence quickly in the case that a blockage should occur, as it did multiple times? Moving forward, what is the long-term plan on ensuring that the safety of these homes along Coal Creek so that this won't happen again? And my last question, while I have your attention, our insurance will not cover this, nor any of the neighbors we have spoken to thus far. What financial help is available to the homeowners in this area? We need these answers in order to move forward.
Mr. Colson, do you want to? You look like you've got something to say.
No, not really.
Oh, okay, maybe not.
I'll address that.
Yes, please.
When something like this happens, and the county and the city declares an emergency, that goes up to the state. We have a $4 million benchmark that we have to meet with the state before any aid will be, and they always say $5 million because there are certain things that they start taking out. One of them is basements are not counted. You have to have a full basement and anywhere from 2 to 5 feet of water in the main house.
This house has no basement.
Yep. Well, but I'm just saying,
Yeah,
this is
okay.
this is the criteria they use. So you have to have anywhere from 2 to 5 inches inside the house before they will consider that damage. Anything else is just affected. So we will do a damage assessment of those homes that were actually had water in them, and then we will send that information to the state like we did with Enoch. If we meet that $4 million damage, then the state will probably declare an emergency, and then that paperwork will then go to FEMA, and that starts the process. But it's not an instant fix. I'm not gonna write you a check next week, nor is the federal government. This is gonna take time. I just sent the initial paperwork from the last flood last week up, and that was just the initial paperwork. They're still going through it. We were not the only county hit in this flood. There were counties up north, and so they're amassing all of that because the state has to hit their own $5 million benchmark before they can send that up. Now, it's going to help that this was more than just one county because the state will more than likely be able to meet that $5 million benchmark, and we can send that to FEMA. So it's an ongoing process. We've got the first flood that they're working on. We'll be sending this. We're amassing information now. I just got off the phone a little while ago with the Cedar fire chief. We're talking about when we're gonna go out and do the assessments, the damage assessments on the houses that were actually impacted. This,
Could you talk about the website, how you submit the damages, what they need to see?
have to see there's on the Iron County website, there's a reporting for both volunteer, if you volunteered and came in, that'll help us. That goes into the calculations, because we can use that as we can put a dollar figure on that.
But what should they submit? What pictures?
They should submit pictures of anything that was affected, carpeting, walls, high water marks, anything like that. Landscaping is not covered at all. That FEMA will not even, that they won't even talk about landscaping. It's only the actual residence. If water's in the residence, then that's something that's covered.
All the logs and everything that came from the creek that is 4 feet deep with all of the cars stuck is not covered.
No.
It has nothing to do with what was on the ground.
It's what's in the home. It's only what's in the home. FEMA will not cover anything outside of the residence, except for infrastructure. Now, if the roadways are damaged, bridges are damaged, those kind of things, channels are damaged, those are considered infrastructure, and those can be counted into that. But landscaping, no. Yeah.
Couldn't even use the road, couldn't get out of the garage.
And the repairs we have to do on the road will all be, and you can see why this is a long drawn out process, because we're just now getting an idea of really how much damage is done. And to Dan's point, you go on the Iron County website, there's 2 different floods. IT has differentiated those floods. This one is the August 18th. You go in there, if you can self-report your damage and download pictures of your home, but we will also go out and we'll do the damage assessment as quickly as we can.
And if we can direct you to the TVs, this is the page on the Iron County website. What we did at the first flooding in Cedar City and Enoch, this is the crucial information that we have to have in order to start the ball rolling on a report. And this is, it's only going to take you a minute to fill out. Once you have this filled out, this information goes into our database, and that way we know to follow up with you. This is really the easiest way to self-report and say, hey, I've got damage, and then we'll be able to access this database for follow-up as far as damage assessments and those other things. The other thing that's really important, if you'll go back to the homepage, John. So we've got the storm damage report, but then we also have the volunteer hours. One thing that's important that the state and FEMA require, we can't just say, okay, we had 1,000 volunteer hours. We actually have to track those hours by actual person, which seems to me really dumb, but that's the requirement. We need to have a name and a number of hours to go along with that report. So we're urging anybody who has volunteered to also this part of the webpage is for volunteers. Leave your name and just fill that out briefly. That information is not shared with anybody, but it does validate the volunteer hours that we have to turn into the state, who in turn turns that information to FEMA to actually, show actual costs and volunteer time. That is a
monetize those
requirement.
hours.
Volunteer counts as our match.
Right.
It's our match if we get a grant also.
Right.
Yes.
The total volume is really important.
So could you clarify, Commissioner?
So,
yeah, and since we're sending it to Washington, we can't just say, call the bishop. He's got all the names.
And one thing along that line, and this is something that we did in Enoch and Cedar City, and now that we've kind of caught our breaths for a minute from this latest incident, One way that there's a couple of different ways to get this information out. We have a reverse 911 system. I'm sure that you all, if you did get those notifications on your phone, great. If you didn't, we need you to go to our website and sign up for that service. And in the event, in this times of emergency, that information will be broadcast on the reverse 911 system.
If you go to the Iron County website and you go to departments,
I think we put it up here. It might be on a banner. Will you scroll down, John? I asked IT.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So click for the citizen alert on that banner.
Okay. Great.
So it's easier to find than digging through it to emergency management.
That's even better.
So we have the reverse 911 system. We've also been working with the leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and also the Interfaith Alliance to try and cover folks of all different denominations. But it's really important to get this word out to please register for the reverse 911 system. Also go in, and that self-reporting of damage is going to be super helpful so that we can identify where we need to go to do the damage assessments. And then the volunteer hours are really important as well, because that volunteer hours are actually monetized to be able to show just how much in-kind work that we as citizens have done in Iron County when it comes to those matches. Yes, sir.
Could you?
One-time reporting for, some of us have been, this is our third, Westview, Enoch.
You can submit.
Oh, no, every time you volunteer, make sure you,
Yeah.
8 hours this day, I go in that night.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And,
Great
and
question.
If
And
you
the-
look here, if you've done it, like, say you've forgotten to do it or haven't had a chance yet, you can add them all up now. I'm going to go back in again. I did mine about a week ago, and you can just keep adding them on. It'll ask for your information. You know, it's not used for anything public, but you can just submit those every time you do.
And that covers transit to and from your home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Doorstep to doorstep. Hey, Rich.
Just one more comment. What I heard yesterday.
Richard, could you come up to the microphone? Thanks. Sorry.
And the other thing is, all you good folks want to stay anonymous, but it's not just helping the infrastructure, it's helping your neighbors, because as these numbers add up, they're going to apply to what they can do for the individuals who didn't have flood insurance. So if we get a national declaration, I heard yesterday, well, that just helps the city, or that's going to just help the local government. No, all this is adding together to help your community plus individual homes, because those who receive any assistance, it's all going to be as who was just here?
George.
Just as George just said,
George.
It's got to add up. It's just got to keep adding up. And the pennies and the dollars will all come up to that $5 million. So please don't say, well, I don't want to be recognized. We won't. You're going to be in a mass of people. We're just looking for that because the federal government requires a name behind the hours. Thanks.
Let me ask this question to George or to Rich or whoever. Do we need to differentiate those hours between emergency declarations? Because we've got 2 emergency declarations now.
Well, actually IT has differentiated.
George, could you come up to the microphone?
And so if you click on the,
No, we have to have you on the record. I apologize.
My wristwatch is going off.
His new high-tech.
Yeah, my new high-tech watch. So IT has differentiated those 2 floods now. So if you
right
volunteered,
Perfect.
July 25th through August 1st, go ahead and click on that one, put your volunteer time in. But if you did it again on the August 18th, go in and do that one. So
perfect.
And it's less than a minute.
Flying L is not, Flying L
That was
county. We're not Enoch, we're not city.
Right.
that it doesn't matter.
Well, I noticed that too. It only says Cedar City and Enoch. How do you do county? Is there?
Well,
That's all right. Go ahead and.
it's fine because this particular link on our webpage goes to us, but we will be in cooperation. We are in cooperation with Enoch and Cedar City. They have a similar, each entity has its own reporting on their website, but they're all the same.
Well, and not only that, but all of the reporting, whether it's Enoch, Cedar City, or unincorporated county, all has to go through me anyway. Enoch has to report all of their stuff. Cedar City has to report all of their damages, and it all comes through me, and then I send it up to state. So I'm the one who's going to be going through all this anyway and putting it into an order.
The same event that hit us Tuesday hit Canaraville. So they're going to have to be reporting it. So when you look at this, we have these incorporated areas. We're the county, and it all funnels up to us. It's going to be divvied up, but we have a responsibility to every citizen in the county. The cities have their, but we look at them as county citizens too. So like George is saying, I'm telling you, some of you probably never knew that Canaraville got hit Tuesday night as well. I was up there with Commissioner Wood at was it midnight or 1 o'clock? I went to bed.
It was pretty
about
scary.
4. My wife tells me it was 4 o'clock Wednesday morning after I had been up all morning early on Tuesday. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I just felt like Peter with my finger in a dam from Hans Christian. It was flooding around me, and I'm saying I wish I could do more. I just have so much.
You just prefer, which one do you prefer us to mark, I think is all we're
Yeah.
Oh, no, it'll all come to the same place. That's
It'll
what
all
I'm trying
come
to
to the
say.
same place.
So
does it matter?
For this one, it's August 18th.
And then is this all going, are both of those?
If we get another one next week, we'll add another day.
So basically, just pick a city and then select August 18th.
Right, exactly.
Just so everybody's aware, county will be on there really, really soon.
And by the way,
This is Jared, our director of IT.
I heard all those comments. I just told my web guy to go ahead and put it on there. So if you refresh the page, it actually might be there. So.
we are trying to get this, all 10 events lumped together as a continuous event.
there you go.
There it is.
I don't mean
Just
to,
like
I don't
that,
mean
it's
to be
magic.
a downer, but the likelihood that that's going to happen is probably not real good. FEMA, I was able to get July 15th and the July 25th and August 1st put in together. And so when I sent that report up, so I had the flooding that happened out at Lund that derailed the train, and then the flood that hit Cedar on the 25th, and then August 1st. I was able to talk to state into, and NOAA backed me up, which I really appreciate the people at NOAA. They backed me up on that one, and so we sent it up as one. But I asked them immediately the night of the 18th, I was on the phone with NOAA, and I said, am I gonna be able, and they said, no, this is a separate event. We're not going to call it the same event, so FEMA is not going to call it the same event. The state's not going to call it the same event. So that's why we're gathering new paperwork up there, because now I've got 2 reports. One report's already gone, the initial one. Now we got to do this one, and that means that we got to meet that $5 million again. This is going to be easier this time, because there was more infrastructure destroyed this time than there was in the 25th through August 1st flood, which was mostly homes. This one's infrastructure, so we're going to be able to meet that easily, I think.
When does everything have to be inputted for you?
I have 30 days from the date of the event. Cedar City's already compiling theirs. I've already got county roads and everybody that was involved. I've asked them to start sending me information. We'll be doing, probably sometime this week, we'll be doing damage assessments of the homes that were impacted, and that'll be going up this week, or next week, excuse me.
Can you comment on the public infrastructure damage? Will they let us count the Woodbury split?
Yes.
Maybe needing to be redesigned? What about the bridge up the canyon?
Here's the thing with FEMA. If we had a 3-inch culvert that was destroyed by a flood, and they're going to give us money because of that destruction of that, and we say, okay, our lesson learned is that we really need a 6-inch culvert there. They're not going to pay for that. They're going to pay for the 3-inch culvert. And then we've got to go back in and ask for more money to put a 6-inch culvert in there. So they will replace whatever was damaged, but they will make it whole as it was. They won't, and we can go back and ask for more later to increase our capacity, but the initial money will only pay for what we actually lost. And I know that makes sense. I know it probably really irritates everybody that that's the way it is, but that's the way they operate. That's the way FEMA's gonna address it. Yes, ma'am.
The question that we have is that the home was small, but it was attached to a large garage with 5 classic cars, and I mean, this was all over 4 to 5 inches in mud. Is that part of the house structure?
No. Was anybody living in the garage?
Boy.
The cars.
Yeah, they're not going to. And let me explain about basements. FEMA will not count basements as damage unless there's people living in it. If it's a residence, then it gets to be counted with the primary residence, the upstairs. But if it's an unfinished basement or an unoccupied basement, they just consider it an indoor swimming pool. They will not address that. That's not damage to FEMA. Even though it was attached. A basement is attached to the house. It's not counted unless there's people living in it. And you've got to have the entire basement filled and 2 to 5 inches inside the house before they will then address that.
I'd like to get back to these volunteer hours real quick. So we will fill out this for our volunteer hours because there's several of us here that I know we've been working all week to clear neighbors, roads, whatever we can do to help. We've also donated equipment, time on.
Oh no, I need that.
And that's what I'm saying, because one's valued more than the other. Do we put that on there as well?
Absolutely, and give me the cost of what it would have been if you would have been renting that.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you get that to me.
Hourly rate and the hours.
Yep, hourly rate and the hours.
$5 grand an hour.
And one more about the infrastructure, you said roads, so our road was totally damaged, and we used our own accounts to, put in all the road and everything, and all that gravel's gone, and, not our personal road, but ours, of course, our house, but our whole road down 1700. So we can add all that in, how much we paid to get that road done.
Yeah, and I'm gonna and I'll go ahead and send me those figures.
Okay.
Keep in mind, I'm not the final decision maker.
No.
Yeah, no, but I want to be absolutely clear with everybody. I want complete transparency from my standpoint. Neither the commissioners nor I are the final decision makers in this. Even the state isn't. If we meet those state benchmarks, they send that on to FEMA, and FEMA is the final decision maker. So all we can do is give an honest appraisal of what damage we suffered, send it to state. State decides whether or not they're going to declare an emergency. When they do, and I think they will, then that gets bumped up to FEMA, and then they make the final decisions. And you know how long that takes.
George, would you mind if I shared your email address with everyone?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And just one,
She's been raised.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no worries. Going back to the volunteer situation, say like our property, our house is set back, way back in the property. And so we pretty much have been working like 14 hours with a bunch of volunteers, just trying to dig our way to the house itself. Is that counted towards the volunteer hours that which then add to our amounts?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
Since technically we haven't even hit the house yet, we're still doing property stuff. I wasn't sure if it counted as
No, it's,
landscaping issues versus.
well, and even the ongoing cleanup, make sure you get those recorded.
So,
because
George?
that's all part and parcel of the flood. I mean, it's not just the actual flood, it's the aftermath and the cleanup and everything else that's gotta be counted in.
So George, on our little form here then for these folks, they have 30 days until from the date of the event. No.
I'd like this by no later than probably Friday of next week. That'll give me.
I think the concern they're going to have is there's more work than that.
I know, and I understand that, and we're still cleaning up from the first flood. But I had to send the initial paperwork. Now I can send more and I can amend it. But if I don't get this in the 30 days, then I'm penalized. And so I've got to get at least initial figures up there. So everything that I can amass as quickly as possible, I've got to get up to state. And I mean, I'm still getting stuff from the August 25th, and I mean the July 25th and August 1st floods. So, but I got that paperwork up
George,
within the time frame.
Can I just clarify then? This Friday or next? Which?
Next Friday.
So next Friday, submit
I'd like
what you've got.
I'd like everything that I can possibly get.
But it's okay to submit more later if.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. This is an ongoing process.
And I just want to make one comment just really quickly. So from day one, we've had representatives from Congressman Chris Stewart's office. We've had Senator Lee's office. We've had Senator Romney's office here on the ground. In fact, representative from Representative Stewart's office was here earlier in the meeting and had to step out. But they've, as far as when this process gets to FEMA, they have said that they will do everything they can to help us in that process once it reaches the federal government. They've all of our congressional representatives that represent us in this area have either been here personally or had their staff here and have vowed to help us with the FEMA mess, because that's what it's going to be, because it's FEMA and the federal government. But we do have those allies in our congressional delegation that have stayed on top of the situation and vowed to help us when it comes to that, when we get to that point, for what it's worth.
And I think this demonstrates how important it is to have someone like George who can help us navigate that bureaucracy, because there's tons of it.
A lot.
Sir, blue shirt.
Come on up.
Please come. What's that?
What about my other two questions?
You're next. Well, yeah, remind us, and we'll get back on track.
James Brush, president of the Flying L subdivision. Wasn't going to do this, but lots of questions.
Understand.
Neighbors want to know. They keep asking me how much the county's going to do on cleanup in there. What can I tell them? I know there's a liability issue with going on property, and they're in there on property now because they got to get in there to rebuild the dike where it's breached. So they've had to build roads. What are you guys going to commit to? There's literally 2 feet, and I know Paul's been out there. He's seen it. There's 2 to 3 feet of mud, debris, trees, all over in that subdivision. So her garage that she's talking about, there's 2 feet of mud in that garage. So what are you going to commit to? Because I'm getting hammered. People want to know, how far is the county going to go? Okay. As far as that ditch, I've lived in Flying L for 20 years, since 2001. Since 2013, that ditch has not been managed. It has not been cleaned. The last person to do it was Bruce Anderson. Bruce Anderson moved to the landfill in 2013. I place that blame on Steve Platt. I know he's not the engineer anymore. He's the one that's over that, and he's the one that's over Curtis DeMille, that is the one that runs that machine. So apparently he's had Curtis DeMille doing other stuff than managing those ditches. So if you go to Mid Valley Road, you can't even see the ditch when you go over the bridge because it's so overgrown. There's new tree trunks in that ditch that's 6 inches that have grown since the last time that was cleaned. So that needs to be, you guys need to push the buttons to get that going. Also, I met with Steve Platt. I cornered him and made him go for a drive with me because apparently this is about the third 100-year flood that I've lived through out there in 20 years. And I took him around and I gave him pictures to show him of one previous flood of where the water does not drain out. And he tried to put it on the homeowners that it's their responsibility to handle their water. But the water is backing up on the county right-of-way, therefore it becomes the county's issue. There are no culverts in there, and I took him around and I showed him where they need to be and talked with him. He said and this was shortly after Preston was put on over the road department. He said he'd have Preston call me. I never heard from him, so I'm guessing Steve took those pictures. I don't know what he did with them. I never heard anything. So I hope Rich, did he leave?
He just stepped out, just barely. He walked out to talk to someone.
I know it's not. He's inherited a big problem. So, and my heart goes out to him. So I hope him the best in his new position. But so if you can have Rich get with me, I can reproduce those pictures, and we can address that issue as well. But at the moment, I don't know why there isn't 3 or 5 excavators going up and down that ditch right now, just like the Woodbury diversion is plugged again. Right. Hopefully the city's in there cleaning it. The other thing I've noticed is the section in the city is 2 to 3 times wider than anything that's in the county, especially that one behind us. So things to consider.
That, and James, that was in phases. That was first done in the city, and then there was some changes in Congress, and that other section never got done. It never got funded and done. So
that was that NRCS stuff.
That's the NRCS study he was talking about.
Okay.
That is underway to study that, to get that looking like it does in Cedar City.
So, and there's a lady that just moved into the neighborhood out there. She moved in the night of the flood. Okay, from Montana. She does not have her stuff there. She wants to know, she's asking me when she can have her stuff brought. She has to have it here by September 3rd. She doesn't want to be in the way of the county moving stuff out. Can I give her the okay to bring that semi in? Or do I have a number I can get that I can give to her so she can talk to somebody?
You mean just as far as being in the way of the cleanup, or?
Yeah, being in the way of the cleanup. I mean, all the ditches, it's piled like this, and we've hauled 150 plus dump truck loads out of there between Friday and Saturday. So, I mean, the road's narrow. She doesn't want to be in the way, but she wants to get her stuff here. So,
Dan. No, and I asked Dan Jessen, our auditor, because he's been right in the middle of that.
I've been neck to neck with him.
I know.
For 5 days.
I'm wondering. Well, I'm punting a little bit. If you can help us there.
There's some decisions to be made, and if I can enumerate them off the top of my head as they flow in. we as a county got to decide. Normally, we wouldn't touch yards. We have some yards that are an acre that have 2 feet of silt that was the direct flow for a while. That's kind of above and beyond what homeowners can do with skid steers. I mean, the problem is this. I mean, there's nothing like floodwater to efficiently pack soil in. So say you calculate the actual cubic yardage. It takes, when you scoop it up and put it on the street, that is now like significantly less efficiently packed there. So we could fill up those streets 5 times with those yards. So the yards do become the county's problem. Even if we just said put them on the streets, I mean, we'll be doing that for 5 weeks. You know, maybe we actually consider bringing 10-wheelers right in with equipment in the yards and rolling them out of the, I don't know. That's a decision that you guys have to make. The next decision is the timing of cleaning out the thing. It's held together with bubble gum and toothpicks. I myself on an excavator built a couple of spots that are just about narrow enough to walk on with
As wide as this right here.
with a tree on the backside in front of Kevin's house. The only thing that's still there is just a sandbag dam. So before next week, that bank needs to be dealt with. Of course, we got big cottonwoods. Right now, there's no flow in the river whatsoever. I don't think there's a drop.
Well, there is. It's running. In fact, Curtis. So to address this, and this is something I wanted to address, Curtis is actually in Flying L right now. I don't know the names of all the neighbors that were affected, but what would be of benefit is, you know, we have a lot of fences that are really right up to the bank. Leaves Curtis no room to maneuver. And so one of the neighbors has already given us permission to just go ahead and cover their chain link fence and widen it there as well as make it a little higher. But we really would like to widen it and create a wider strip with the material that's on site before it all gets hauled away. Because and so Curtis is working with one landowner right now that's agreeable to do that and let us widen behind their property. If we could widen that ditch bank, at least on the county side, because the other side's the city. So it's almost a line of demarcation between the county and the city. So we are thinking about this.
So we need to have the city and the county both out there working on that ditch.
We do. We need them working from the other side. We're working
because Gemini is the city, yes.
And so,
and there's also, let's talk about real quick. I think the way we have it agreed with the city is rather than either side of the canal, we will handle the whole canal to a certain point, and the city handles the whole canal. Do you know where that line of demarcation is?
Well, Curtis said that Steve said it starts at 3,000. The city takes everything.
So,
but south of 3,000. The county takes everything north, and the city takes everything. That's Curtis's understanding. My understanding is the citizens of the county need our help right now. So I've ordered them to go ahead and where the citizens will let us widen it. I know it's their property. In fact, there's a couple places we'd just like to just widen that ditch right now. One of the problems is with the ditch, it's called the Stevensville ditch. It's called the Lower Coal Creek, is that it's so narrow that Curtis is working on top of himself. It would really be nice because if we have to clear it, that we have the ability to have a dump truck come up beside him, not just behind him or someplace, but that he could start to clear and have that room for 2 pieces of equipment right there. Right now we're on people's fence lines. Their fences are buried, and so I was actually starting.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. I can tell you that place where those 2 cottonwoods are, where it breached twice. Literally, you have a cottonwood that's probably about 3 feet wide, and that is the flood channel. And you have a fence that is another 2 feet past it. And so you reach in there with a track hoe and drop some mud, and it gets in around. There's trees that got to come out, and some consideration from homeowners if the counties can prepare it correctly. I mean, the physics are what they are.
Yeah, our ownership is what it is. We're standing on top of ourselves currently by staying on the current top of the channel, and we just need to be able to work with the landowners and you know, have them agree that their fences will be further back so we can do the work and do the maintenance that you're talking about.
And if you look at the channel through Cedar City, it needs to look like that eventually, and that's going to require a lot more room. And so something has to give. And I had the same question: why are we hauling all that material? I know it's muck, and a lot of it needs to be hauled away with the trash. But the material is good. We ought to be using it to reinforce that bank.
That's what Steve and I talked. I mean, not Steve. Curtis and I talked about before it all disappears. Let's leave some behind to build.
We might need to let it dry a little bit.
But so this brings me to my next numerication. Is that a word? Put that on the public record. It's a new word now. Curtis has one track hoe and one dump truck. Preston has what he has, but Preston has a job to do, and so this kind of debate kind of heated up. Preston is going to do whatever you tell him, but if he pulls off other jobs, they don't get done. But I mean, this realistically, this is several weeks with big equipment to deal with this.
Right. You know, for Curtis to fill a dump truck, climb off his equipment, drive the dump truck away, you know, that's a real inefficient way to handle moving dirt.
I think with all the pressing needs, the weaknesses we've in Canaryville, Westview, Flying L, everywhere, I think we're going to need to look at a budget adjustment and get another machine and operator going for a while.
And getting back to the original question, I think that my recommendation would be to tell this woman, go ahead and bring your stuff in, and we'll accommodate whatever we need to do if we need to move the equipment out of the way for a little while.
Well, part of the road problem is it's piled up so much on the road that
you can't get a big truck in.
They can't pass each other right now. Okay. So
they're coming in from the north end and looping out through the south end of Flying L2, which just makes sense. So the other thing is, and I told Curtis, I said, I need to talk to every one of those homeowners because I believe, and this is just my opinion, it's up to you, that we should offer the help that we're offering to Flying L down to 5500 South too, because they have silt and mud in their yards. Some of those folks asked me, in fact, the woman asked me last night, I went out last night, I felt it was a good ministering thing just to settle minds and visit people. And so I went out and talked out of 55, and I talked to a woman today, and she says, well, should I just plant it? You know, I've got a nice level yard now. Well, I said, no, take it out because that is your reserve. Should this happen again, you do not want to be at floor level because they were not flooded. I was surprised. It's that oldest home in there, one of the oldest homes, they did not get flooding in their home. And so I believe that as a county, as part of our service to the community, we take that out, that material right out of their yards. We ask them, you know, we're going to have to move some of your fences. We can't offer to put the fencing back if you've got it part way out in your yard, but let us maneuver around and we'll take the silt away that we can. That's my recommendation to the commissioners is to help these people, because one woman asked me, so who do I hire to do this? All of the contractors are now swamped.
So from a liability perspective,
yes, John.
Iron County is part of the Utah County's indemnity pool, which means we're essentially self-insured, and I think we would be covered, but we would also be on the hook if we put a bucket through somebody's living room. You know what I mean? So.
Well, we'll ask her. You know, be cautious. These are experienced operators.
I'm not anticipating that.
If you put me up there, you might get the whole. You might have to replace the whole house.
Yeah, no, it would be a joke if I ran one. But you know, there is that potential liability that you have to understand that you're taking on if you have them do that. I'm not saying not. I'm just saying we are covered, we are okay, and we're self-insured. But it would be, you know.
Okay.
So on the county side of it, is somebody going to go around and talk to each homeowner and say, you want us in there? Do you not want us in there? and
Richard
liability.
has said that he would do that.
Okay.
I have one more question too, and this one's probably kind of for Terry. So the Cedar City from a ditch, the setback is only 25 feet. Is that right? Where in the county it's 100?
Yeah, it depends on the ditch.
So on that Gemini side, is it closer to the ditch? Their fences and that type of thing?
Gemini?
Yeah. Is that on the other side of the ditch from you?
Gemini's on the east side of the ditch,
Yeah.
so I don't.
I know that's an issue.
So it's 100. My understanding when I talked to Steve, because I had a fence put up around our water system, and I had to have for Homeland Security, I had to have so much distance between the fence and the building, our pump house. So, but my understanding was that, if I remember right, it's 100-foot right of way, and it's 50 foot off each side of center of canal. So.
Center of canal.
Yeah, but the homeowners own in farther than that, but because of the ditch right of way, the fences are farther into their property. So I had to put that chain link fence farther in to accommodate that
setback.
Mm-hmm. So
part of the challenge in Gemini, when we were putting sandbags on storm drains about 3 o'clock in the morning, because the water was so high in the canal that it was pushing it back into the subdivision, because that's where they drained.
Outlet of the storm drain.
it was actually
Yes.
blocked on the outlet, so that
Getting into the canal, the outlet had been, something had pushed in front of the outlet, so that's
it
why it backed up.
it actually
I thought it was
breached.
so high that it was pushing back, because
No,
we were putting
that's-
sandbags to keep the water from coming back.
No, it.
Down and uncleared the outlet the next day.
So when they cleared that park area in Gemini that's
It did
supposed to be
drain.
a park, they had moved some boulders and they had blocked the outlet going into Coal Creek. So that water that came into Gemini was actually a breach on the Gemini side that come down and come in that way, south of
'Cause it was
that.
bubbling up the drains, up in Gemini. It was coming up.
Well, that's because the water was coming in across from the break we're talking about up there. It was entering Gemini, but the outlet was plugged at the bottom, so everything that went into the system started to bubble back up. But it wasn't coming back from the flood channel, it was just plugged.
So as soon as they removed those rocks, Gemini drained out in a hurry. So,
Even with the volume of water that was in there.
Yep.
Okay.
So.
I think also we need to address the pumping over to Monarch Meadows. We need to show that video.
Some think my understanding is it was pumped diagonally over to the west side of 2300.
Yeah,
It
the
was
fir-
never
the first
pumped.
day.
It was never pumped, and there's a video that Dan has that shows the free flow of that water going across 3000 north toward
The whole way.
towards.
So no matter what we did, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because it flowed across 3,000.
Yeah. Well, there's only the one culvert, and it's the end of it was smashed in, and so.
So, Mr. Brush, you had, did you have other questions as well? We kind of.
Yeah.
No, I'll leave some time for others. So.
Okay.
I don't think we have an answer for you right at this very second.
So
We're
I
gonna
can
have
count
to
on
decide.
Rich. He's going to go and talk to the homeowners.
Mhm.
Is that what I'm gathering?
He's shaking his head yes.
Okay, so Rich will talk to the homeowners about
On that
removal of stuff on their properties. So if we keep bringing it to the street, the county's going to keep hauling it off. Are they going to do the final grade on the borrow ditches that have been filled in? That's part of the county right away.
Here comes Dan.
You just James.
Here comes Dan.
Stay here, Dan.
I'd like
Been
to sit
lucky to
down.
have Dan
It gets
with
clogged.
the eyes on there.
Dan
all
is
of
an
it.
awesome guy.
He is.
Yes, he is.
I create as many problems as I solve. So I don't know what the county's ordinance is, but the city's, like, I know Enoch has an ordinance that even though it's the city's road and the city's storm drain, they have an ordinance that each property owner is responsible to clean their own borrow ditch. In fact, right now they're considering enforcing that with financial disincentives if they don't, because of this last flood. Fines. Well, what they're saying is we will clean it if you don't, and we'll bill you.
This is Enoch?
Yeah. And so I don't know if the county has an ordinance on borrow ditches if property owners have to clean their own. If not, that defaults to us to clean. And is what I've said to a lot of people over the last week. As all these subdivisions keep going in, we very quickly are starting to look like a city in the unincorporated area. And structurally, we're not really set up as a city organizationally, and we don't have a public works department. We have a street department. We have an engineer with a little bit of equipment. We don't have a public works department that is actively managing the utilities and things like that. So anyways, we need to look at our ordinance and see whose responsibility that is. I think we have the ability to shift it to the property owners because they're right there every day and they could say, oh, that culvert's crushed. They can call us up and we can come out and replace it, or we can tell them you drove on it, you need to clean it, but they can keep it clean or eyeball it. So that's something I have no idea where we sit.
Well, I mean, with the flood that's happened and all the silt that's come in, I mean, obviously there's been a lot of equipment in there. Some spots are dug deeper than what they should be, and so are they going to come in with a grader and make it so that it's kind of a
well, and again, to that whole city concept, a city will take their code enforcement guy and go out and look at those problems, look and see where somebody has violated the layout. I mean, our building department will do those types of things when a home is built. Your code enforcement does it as it goes on, and I don't think we even have begun to thought about a code enforcement guy looking at borrow ditches.
We hired one,
but he's not going to be looking at borrow ditches.
He's behind too, so we haven't been able to use him yet.
So that we have a flow line again. That's what I'm wondering. So a flow line so the water will move once again in future rainstorms.
Yeah.
Please come back up and remind us. No, we got sidetracked. So let me make sure
I brought up money. It was a mistake. I'm just kidding. It was good. We needed to talk about it. But I think that one of my questions for how we're going to move forward with like potential blockages is probably too early for you guys to have an answer. But what we want to know is, I'm sorry, you mentioned this, this tunnel's 8 feet tall, and even, let's be generous, at 12 feet, it was obviously not tall enough for large equipment to go in. So what was the plan for blockages? It's common knowledge that floodwater isn't just water. So what did we have in place prior to this happening to prevent this from happening?
I don't ever remember that getting plugged like this.
Ever.
This was a storm.
Ever.
We've got to remember that 6 inches of rain and all of these logs and trees came from up the canyon. They came all the way down.
Right, and that's what it was designed for, is for stuff from up there.
I never remember that plugging up ever before. This was and this is my take on it as we talked about it. So you've got the main channel that's coming down at 2:45 a.m. The cubic feet per second in the canyon was 7. 15 minutes later it was 1,100. We were all asleep, and we didn't know this wall of water was coming at us, right? And it's bringing boulders, and there were boulders 3 feet in diameter bouncing down the creek like beach balls, okay?
Right.
And so what happens is when it hits the Woodbury Split, 60% goes north and 40% goes south to Wichita.
Right.
And the velocity is pretty good as it approaches with that main channel, but then it necks down, and those boulders went through the the underground tunnel, the box culvert
under the road.
But as those boulders exited that, the stream widens considerably and the velocity slows. So those big boulders were deposited on that downhill side, and as a big boulder, there was a boulder in there that was 3 by 3 by 6 feet.
Right.
And as it stopped, then you had another hit that and another. So within a period of an hour, and that's never happened before, because I don't think we've ever had a storm hit of that velocity up the canyon before. So this is
the Coal Creek was built for things like this, in preparation for the never happens, for the catastrophes. Was it built for a catastrophe? Did we have a plan for the worst case scenario, or was it good enough for the time for what's happened? That's our question.
Engineers try to design them to do that, but things like this happen.
The 100-year or the 200-year storm, but this obviously was bigger than that.
You know, I think someone said this is their third 20, or
I know.
100-year storm, and so
I get that.
that's what we need to know. So it sounds like there wasn't a prior plan in place for, in the case that this thing that is very likely to fill up could at some point, we never considered how we would clear
If
it
you've
out.
never had that before, how do you plan
this is
for that?
We plan ahead.
Right.
That's
well,
the
and,
point.
We
and-
do the best we can.
And we've talked to, so Friday, I got a call from Wade Adams that said, hey, I've heard the ditch is plugging up again. I went down and looked at it, and it is. And so we were going to address that today. But well, not near to what it was. In fact, I just emailed, and I don't know if the
Minimal.
picture's sent.
Maybe 50%.
I just sent John a couple of pictures to his email of what the ditch was. This was as of Friday late afternoon. I don't know if they went for my phone or not. They were kind of big. But one thing that we did talk about with the Cedar City officials that were there at the time, building department, road department guys that were there that night, is this obviously needs to be something that now gets put on the maintenance list to check regularly. And they did, prior to this flood, they had checked that entire channel area 2 days prior, and there was no sediment in it. Randy Clove from the sewer wastewater treatment plant had walked that entire area 2 days prior to the flood to check it, and it was completely unobstructed.
I think we're looking for a quick emergency plan in the future. It's the flash flood that
Right.
stopped it, but then it wasn't the end of the flash flood.
We know now that when an event like this happens, we probably need an excavator right there to keep those boulders cleaned out so they can't build up. So we learn as we go sometimes. We haven't had one of these happen as long as I can. I've lived here for 40 years, and I can't remember one of these happening.
And the quick, I think that once we knew, our response was quick, but that quick emergency response took 6 or 7 hours. 10 hours to
clean it out.
complete. You know what plugged in probably less than an hour took us 10 hours.
From 10 o'clock to 10 o'clock, so it's 12 hours.
12 hours.
10 a.m. We thankfully got it open at 10 p.m.
And one of the
surge at 11 would have taken more than Flying L, in my opinion.
Oh, it would have been, yeah.
In my opinion, had we not gotten Woodbury open, we would have lost Monarch, Sunrise, Peaks. We probably would have lost Mid Valley. They would have all Gemini
Meadows
would have probably all been underwater. I just am so grateful that the crews opened it up. I'm so sorry for your family, and I'm sorry for your difficulties. And I was there when I was the other guy on that front end loader. Yeah. That was. I know. Anyway.
On that Woodbury split, I stood there at 10 a.m. and I came back 3 minutes later, and the flow was a quarter what it had been 3 minutes previous.
Well, and in part of all that story,
happened fast.
At 11 o'clock, I was down at no, it was 1 o'clock after I dropped you off. I went over to the nursery there on the Quichapa branch, Ladybug, and it was 4 feet below the bridge. 20 minutes later, it was pounding the bridge. 20 minutes later, it was jumping over the Jersey barriers. So if we had that kind of water added to it, I just am so grateful. But I will answer your question.
Well, it's more like if you guys weren't even able to get equipment in there, why did we plan for our safe fail for the city to be something we couldn't even allow you guys to clear out?
Let me assure you, planning for the worst that can happen is my job. I mean, I'm the doom and gloom guy. We're all going to die.
Hopefully not today.
I can guarantee you that we could build something the size of
the Hoover
LA
Dam,
Canal, but it would be at the cost of tens of millions of taxpayers' money, and we may never have a flood like that again. And so there's some things that you can't. I mean, that are unprecedented and you can't plan for. And this kind of.
Well, what
fits in that
I was
category.
going to say is, and I don't know the engineer that planned the Woodbury split, but I would suggest that he looked at historical data. If I was the planner, I would look at the worst case scenario historically, and that would be my basis. And so, historically, having, I'm not defending or anything. I'm just saying, as an engineer, my job would be just to say, let's see what history has done and work from worst case scenario. And if there has not been a worst case scenario, so that Woodbury split was based on historical information at the time it was built.
Sir in the back, you've been patiently waiting.
Come
Yes,
on up
please
if you
come
would,
up.
yeah.
Yes.
Tell us your name.
Kevin Palmer, and I represent the Architectural Committee with the Flying Owl. And I'm fortunate enough to have such a great employer to donate equipment. Okay, so you talk about planning. George, you talk about planning. Rich, you talk about planning. Where's the maintenance?
Yeah, that's obvious. That has to go with the planning.
You're right.
Absolutely.
Okay, so 60% comes out the valley, 40 to Quichapa, correct. Woodbury plugs. What was your efficiency on that ditch for 60% at that time? When was your last inspection? All the way out to Rush Lake.
I don't know.
My property borders that ditch. My yard is gone. Now, the silt that we see out through the valley has been collecting in that ditch since the last time an excavator come down through it. Okay, right?
Well, the storm that comes out of the canyon, if you go look at Paul Monroe's post on Facebook, he took 3 curb jars, and the last flash flood storm, he filled one up the canyon with water, let it settle out. It was 70% sediment. We have a tremendous amount of sediment that comes down the canyon.
Absolutely.
That comes down. The sediment that's in the valley was not in the ditch.
I watch
it came down the
monthly
canyon.
in that ditch.
So I'd like to talk too. So our property is over closer to the airport. And did you see that great big dike that goes along our property? Where
Are you talking at Jesse's house?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That part of our farm used to flood all the time. So
Correct.
that's what we did, was put that great big dike there to protect it. Since I've been around, I've never seen water other than just a puddle or two there. But at that time, so let me talk to another aspect of what has gone on over the years. So when those ditches were they belong to the irrigation
The Bauer
companies,
Irrigation and
they
others.
always had to clean those.
Right.
Well, now since we've put everything into sprinklers, the ditches have gone array.
Yeah,
because
pressurized irrigation
that's
has definitely
exactly
affected our
what has
valley.
happened.
You're right.
So as a county, we can use those ditches for our flood control, but historically those were always cleaned by the irrigation companies. So don't totally, what
well,
I mean?
okay,
blame-
so here's kind of a question I do have. And these folks can correct me if I'm wrong. But if you could look each one of us in the eye and say that ditch headed north was at 100%, and we still, I'm hearing 6 to 10 inches of water that come out of Cedar Breaks, comes over the ditch and affects us, we can accept that. I think. Now, I could be wrong. But when you send 100% down a ditch that's only supposed to carry 60%, and it's maybe 30% efficient, we got a problem. Saturday night, I drive over to the Woodbury split. And it's been talked about before. It's terrible. Not a soul around. Not a soul around. A pick, a shovel, nothing. Okay, so for us out in the valley, how does that make us sleep at night?
Well, just so you know, that was my decision based on forecasts from NOAA and the National Weather Service that we were not going to get any more rain, that we could hold off until this morning to start addressing that
Okay,
issue.
and I understand that. It was Saturday night, weekend. I understand that.
We weighed that between George and I, with NOAA, with the National Weather Service, with road department. Is this something that imminently we need to start working on Friday night? Is this an emergent situation, or does the forecast bear that this can wait until Monday morning? And
Woodbury split county or city?
City
Maintenance.
city maintenance. But with that being said, we know that the city, what's their responsibility to clean directly affects the citizens in the county.
Right.
But that decision was made Friday night to address that on Monday morning, simply due to NOAA and the National Weather Service assuring us that we were not going to get any more flash floods. And historically, through this entire thing, they've been correct almost down to the minute. They'll call us and say, okay, Enoch City's going to get hit in 11 minutes, and it does. They've been really 100% as far as our discussion with them. And so I felt comfortable Friday night not to have that project underway, because they said you have no chance of flash flooding, and they were right. So we should be back on that today.
Yeah, we hope, because our development cannot take any water here in the valley, let alone anything off the mountain.
No.
And these folks out here can't either.
No, not at all.
So, but that ditch, an excavator could be in there, whether it's outside contractor or anyone else, and go down. It has settled in for years. It's been said that it was 2013 the last time it was addressed. How much, you said how much sediment comes down? You quoted. So imagine that many years of.
Oh, I get it. Rich,
We
did you
have been
a
in a drought for
comment?
the last
You're right.
while.
And we kind of went to sleep, didn't we?
But there has been some deposit,
Yeah,
definitely.
We've kind of went to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So I can address some of that. So before the 25th of July event, I went all the way down almost to the sewer plant, and I looked at it, because that's where we have to start. That's where it first deposits, and I do understand that it's building up as we go that way. So I'm just going to throw
So
a
you can look me in the eyes right now and say that the Woodbury split plugs that normally would take 40%, so we're taking 100% north. You can look me in the eyes and say that ditch could take 60%.
No.
Okay.
No, I can't.
All right.
I'm going to tell you, though, but you asked another question, and that's the one I was talking about. When was the last time it was looked at? On July 18th, I went out there, I looked at it, and I'll tell you what I found. Just about where it ends, before it breaks off towards 17th, it was full of silt. On the 19th, I assigned Curtis to go out there and start to take it away. 5 days later, it had moved south another 500 yards, just with the incidental rains that we were getting. So it was on my radar, and it's on my radar now. Right now, there's about a 3/4 of a mile that is topped with nothing but log debris. We have to get that out along with it. So I was out there at 55 last night talking to those people, because they also have a breach in the canal as well. And so I'm looking at this ditch, and this is the discussion I want to have with the citizens of along there. I'd like to see that Woodbury, the Stevensville ditch 10 feet wider for the length of it.
Let's go
Now,
deeper right now to fix the immediate.
where do we put the material
On
waste?
the banks, you go up.
We can't.
This way, this way.
I get it, but then we have bridges, and we have other, like
And
like
how do we
Tuesday
clean it
night,
next time?
we ran into that private bridge that just
That's
piled
the
up.
problem. Then you have to do it next time too. And I get it, you know.
Now, I do have
It's been
some
done.
idea.
That's why I'm saying we can all attest. It's been done.
Right.
We've seen it. It's just been years and years.
Well, my point was, I did catch it. We did catch it. I told the commissioners about it, and I assigned Curtis to go down there and start to take it out. Everything he did, it's now 1,000 yards this side. It all happened overnight, and you know, because like the commissioner said, I took a water sample.
But what I'm saying is,
It's a lot of silt.
Could we be looking at less damage for these folks had that ditch been maintained?
There's a
Absolutely.
On the record as being maintained.
They abandoned maintaining the ditch. Before 2013, Bruce Anderson went through it every year. all
We're
the way
talking
up
loss of everything
to
right
Mid
here.
Valley, and you quit
Not
doing
not
that.
property like me.
As much as anything, the growth in that ditch, plants growing in from the
Trees
ditch,
coming in
is what
sideways.
caused the plugs.
Well, I won't dispute that. I'm
We're
saying,
negligent in that.
I
Richard wasn't here.
I wasn't going to say that, Marilyn.
You're
You
taking
as a county.
Okay.
You're taking
Wayne Smith knew about it, Steve Platt knew about
Steve
it,
Platt knew about it.
and it was maintained up to about
Well,
2013,
we're back
and
to,
they quit doing it.
We were
well,
told the people my parents just bought this home from a year ago, they can find record for us of contacting the county and city many times because of issues with the ditch, specifically the area that the water breached. Telling them that it wasn't high enough and it wasn't maintained.
so we would like to make it not only deeper, but I would like to see it made wider.
I get that. In the
So that it will
long-term
haul that water.
But right now, we can't take any more out there.
So
that's
I've
the
got,
immediate
I've got
is
I've got Curtis there
there's
right
gas
now.
lines, we know that.
I've got Curtis right now. They're not digging, so I'm not too
I know,
worried
but
about
that's one
that.
excavator that should have been in
Well,
there
well, if you
several
look,
times a
if you
year.
look, there's actually front end loaders and everything in that
Oh, I've
community.
looked.
Yeah,
Believe me.
I know you live there.
I
You
live
live
there.
there. We are building it up right now. We're trying to plug the
I know,
breaches.
but it's not just one operator and one machine right now. This is an emergency.
Yep. No, and
It's all the way to Rush Lake.
I've got 6 breaches. I know about.
Well, you haven't been, you know, you say 55 north?
Yes.
So who did you talk to? 'Cause I'm at 56.
I'm at 56.
Who is the first person I talked to last night? Let me look up. What was the name? Rob Herbert's house
Who's on 1700 or on 23?
on off of 23 at 2150. Let me just look at
So
my.
the east side of the creek.
Because we're on 1700, so we're on the east side.
And
We got
and I would
breaches
like.
all along there too.
Yes, I'm aware.
So all I'm saying, I'm with Kevin.
Yeah.
If this would have been maintained, yes, this.
Could
would
you
have
tell
been
us your name?
Faster and it was better.
Could you for the
All right,
record?
could you tell us your
Steve Hopkins.
Hopkins. Yeah. So I went out there.
So all I'm saying is, I called Preston on July, you said you went down and walked it.
On
July.
probably July 18th. Yeah.
Okay, so July 26th, Kevin's place down at the end was already flooded. Water
You're on the
going-
left on the end, and the island.
Because that's where it opens up. The
Yeah,
canal
I saw.
basically dissipates.
Yeah. Okay.
The canal dissipates right there, and it's supposed to just flood out to Rush Lake.
I know.
But it's full of logs, silt over the last 13 years because nobody's been in there. Bruce was the last one that did it behind my place too, all the way up.
Well, Bruce was out there Thursday.
Yeah, I called Wheelers to get another excavator over there. Paul
And-
was in my driveway Wednesday morning.
And Curtis was out there that evening. We pulled Curtis to go back to Flying L because
No,
and you
I get it.
know.
All I'm just trying to bring up is these guys, yes, but you gotta take care of downstream because
So let me
it can't flow. It's plugging there too. We got
exactly.
breaches. I
We
told
got to work
Preston
from the
on
north south.
The 26th, I'd walked the bank behind my place, walked down, found it was dammed off. It was ready to boil over then. He called, Curtis was out with COVID. Walker come up, pulled those logs out just north of my place.
Yeah.
They were already underwater down at the end.
This was before
So this was before this.
This was the
There
first
enough time.
events. I know. It's the first events.
it had dried out enough, but they never got back in there. Some of this could have been prevented. Some damage, not all of it by no means. Some of it could have, and we had a 3-week break. It was dry. Curtis should have been in at the end.
Well, as you know, he was out for 14 days, right
Well,
in the
then,
middle of that.
and I get that, and if he's out, but then
Yeah,
something needs to
volunteers.
get taken care of, get volunteer. We got equipment from Wheelers, you know.
So I understand, and I do. There's a process. First, we seal the breaches, then we dredge the ditch, because we have to give it somewhere to go. But it doesn't do us any good to dredge the ditch. But we're going to use the dredgings to seal the ditch, and we'd like to make it wider and higher, and that's working with you guys to do that.
It would amaze every one of you here to see the ditch in 2013, what kind of water it would have carried down there.
We have limited resources, but I'll personally commit, if we can get another excavator, I'll personally, every minute I have, go out and work on it myself.
Okay, I have another I want on the record. So, from engineering years ago, we were told that every retention holding area in the valley would be full before any home was compromised. Is that not true? I know it's before your time, but
No idea.
as of right now,
If we
on
had
the
Reed
record.
here, that would probably help because he's designed a lot of those retention basins.
I mean, every thunder right now, you know.
With the amount of water that came
folks,
down,
yeah,
Kevin, any even Western Rock pit would have filled up in 15 minutes.
I understand that. I do. And the
And then you've
damage
got-
and the
then you-
repercussion
and
that
then the
that
recharge
brings.
opportunities we have for that, it ruins it forever, right? I mean, it's just, I don't know that would have, I know Steve, I think in 2005, I think Steve tried to run some water
Okay.
when
It
it
w-
was,
okay.
and it breached that dike between the northern Western Rock pit and the one Cedar City owns and leases to Western right now. It breached that and made a mess, and so I don't know that there's
Well,
been
and we just need to know these things.
Yeah,
You know,
and
I mean,
so
I'm not
if
suggesting it by any, you know, but we
if-
need to know.
in a flood event like this, without the proper riprap and infrastructure to allow it to go from the creek channel, if you breach that creek channel down there, it could be a mess. It
Yeah,
could create more
and
problems.
once you breach it, I understand you have no control at that point.
right.
None. I do. But we just need to know on the record where that's at. If that's, you know.
No
Okay,
idea.
so
this is the first I've heard of it personally. I don't know. We
Okay,
can
and
ask
so
that. Sure.
for us, we're 100% reliant on that ditch to carry the water. So we want 60%.
We need to talk about that private bridge that goes across the channel. That is a choke
We
point.
do. It was
doesn't
been
matter.
talked
It
about in
doesn't matter how big you
2005.
make that channel or how well you maintain
I
it. If
understand.
we have choke points like that, that's the problem.
understand.
We had trees coming from Cedar Breaks, were 12 inches in diameter, 20 feet
I
long.
was picking them out.
Right, and you guys did a great job, James, and you, all of you.
Houses, trust us, we know what
Right,
down the channel.
right, and those choke points have got to be.
We just
resolved.
need that whole channel to Rush Lake 100% as quick as possible.
Right.
Contractors, volunteers, it doesn't matter. Throwing dirt out on the sides, go in, blue stake it, know where the gas lines are, you know, anything that's underground. But it's serious.
And I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
We all agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's basically all I was wanting to say too, is we can't forget about downstream.
Right.
Exactly.
Because
All the way down.
obviously we got plug points everywhere going under the bridges, but we seen more water come down there. My house would have got it if my whole property's destroyed, pulling channels. Tried to help other neighbors to keep it away from their house. Everybody's property's full of silt. It's a mess. The roads, which we all know that road's a sore spot with us and county lights, but we've maintained it the best of our ability, and it's destroyed now too. The dirt part. The gravel, you know, we've had gravel in there. We've all put money into that because it's an unmaintained county road. Whole nother discussion, but
Right.
Exactly.
so you know what I mean? No, we were lucky. I'm terrible for the families in Flying L. You know, we got lucky, but we got it too, and it needs to be addressed. So, thanks.
Thank you.
So back to my public comment before the 10 o'clock, or right when the 10 o'clock meeting started. Isn't this a great time to have a storm drain fund that we can not only collect impact fees so that we can you can spend that on planning, and we can spend it on the larger infrastructure to bring things back to the flood channel as we kind of redesign this. The other thing that Cedar City does and Enoch City does is they collect a fee on top of the sewer fee. It's about $2 a month. That goes into their storm drain fund that provides more money for an ongoing budget. That can be used for anything, because that's just service revenue that can be used for anything. So as we talk about moving forward, obviously we have emergency stuff to deal with and we have maintenance stuff to deal with, but as we talk about a long-term plan, this would be a way to address this moving forward. Again, the street department used to actually do this, and now it's all on the shoulders of our engineering and their limited resources, but something to consider.
Last thing to consider is raising fees when we just lost so much. I'm just saying. It will be years before me, as a widow, can take care of what I've lost.
That's understandable. Here's the thing. The commissioners have a limited budget. Money has to come from somewhere. You can scream at government, but government has to have the resources to fix it. Volunteer efforts are great. All these things are great, but to have a long-term plan, you have to have revenues to offset those expenses. It can come from taxes. It can come from fees. It can come from different places.
We're familiar with the Iron County fees. The fees of being an unincorporated county. We can talk about that another time. I'm just saying, let's be sensitive to what.
I'm just talking about a long-term solution after this cleanup is done.
Yes, sir, Mr. McVeigh.
Since I get to open this Pandora's box, my heart really goes out to those that have lost and haven't had the opportunity to experience some of their recovery process firsthand. I have worked with government agencies for the last 40 years, and I know that there has to be funds in place, resources available to make things happen. And I know for me, when I look at what's going on upstream, it's the developers. So the developers can buy this land dirt cheap, develop it, put in all these huge homes. 6,000 plus square feet homes, and then not have to take any responsibility for what goes on downstream. I think that's the perfect opportunity to have them provide some funding to be accountable for the work that the changes that they're making. The ditch that we have is adequate for the water that comes down out of Schertz Canyon, as long as we don't try to collect all these tributaries and dump it in there. If they're going to be allowed to do that, if projects are going to be approved for them to do that, first of all, I wouldn't approve any more projects till we had a plan in place to accommodate the needs that we've got. Secondly, if somebody wants to come in and add something, great. Then now they're responsible for updating or upgrading whatever is in existence from their project all the way out to Coachella, not just to the next neighborhood. And I think that really growth is one thing. If the county and the city are looking for more folks to move in here, I'm grateful that I was allowed to move in here from South Dakota. It's a beautiful place, and like I said, it's a great community. But somebody's got to take responsibility, and throwing fees on existing homeowners to cover up or to make up for past sins, I don't think anybody's suggesting that. But new developments and new projects coming in, they've got to take responsibility. So appreciate your time again.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
So along those same lines, he mentions fees or whatever, but my thing is with this is an inspection, yearly inspection of this canal. We could have avoided this, right? We all in agreement of that. The tree line that starts just south of Tevia's place where this canal empties out, hell, these trees are 50 feet tall. They've been there for a long time. This is where this ditch is going. My wife and I kind of laughed about it because we walk out through there. It's no longer a sagebrush flat that leads to Rush Lake. It's a silt field that's 5 feet higher than the bottom of the canal. It's obvious if you went out there prior to the floods that went on, that water is gonna back up. You know, I mean, Paul's talked about all this debris that comes down, but if it had a clear shot, it'd be like flushing a toilet, it'd be gone. That's the thing, and so we talk about these fees and these afterthoughts, but if we'd have spread it out from 2013, emergency avoided. Yeah, it's a lot of water. There may be a couple of things, but the multiple breaks, the issues, the flooding, the private bridge, it could have been addressed. You know, in an inspection thing that happens every year, routine, no problems. That's my take on things.
Very little problems.
Right. There's going to be some minor things, but overall, we wouldn't have seen what we've seen.
Would you tell us your name? I'm sorry.
My name's Cameron Short. I live on 1700 there.
I'm going to say you look like your brother.
If you know Bo.
Okay.
Yep, that's me. So that's my take.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else before we move on? And we're going to do whatever we can to help you. Hindsight's always 20/20, and this sucks. This just sucks. But we'll do everything that we can to move forward and be proactive, and we will. You guys hold us accountable, though. If you see issues arise in the future, come and talk to us. It's the squeaky wheel. You know, in all honesty, we've got these huge responsibilities. So we, and I'm speaking for us collectively. We've had this discussion a million times, but we really appreciate the squeaky wheel. If you guys see an issue and you see something that needs to be addressed, please get a hold of us. All of our numbers are on the county website. All of our emails are on there. Reach out to us because we really spend a good chunk of our time trying to work through these issues that we become made aware of. So thank you. I appreciate the conversation today. And
there's our phone numbers right there. Write them down. Call us anytime.
And this is just a tiny picture of the first phase, and it tripled itself by the third. And they climbed out to save themselves through a window in the garage. I mean, that's how deep it was.
Fast. I remember standing there at that Woodbury split right then, feeling so puny.
You like any pictures that have been taken?
Yeah, upload them on that page. Let's see if I can find.
I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can upload very many on that page.
No.
I think you can.
You've got my email address? Send them to me. Upload them, send them to me, and I'll include them in the package that goes up.
Your email's on the county website?
Yes.
Okay.
I closed it, but gcolson@ironcounty.net.
I think my email is K Carpenter, isn't it?
Yeah, you should definitely try that.
Did it change?
All right. I got to get back through my paperwork to get where we're.
Your backside of your.
Let's see.
Backside, we're all.
All right.
We've got more meeting.
Agenda item number 6 is personnel. Thanks.
Lost my.
Jen, did you have a copy for me? Or could you get one later or
I'll get you
email
one.
it?
Yeah,
Or
absolutely.
was it in the packet?
Some of that is in the packet. Most of it was.
Okay.
Leaving pregnant. But thank you.
No.
Just know that we do appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
And our questions aren't just directed at you personally.
No, we know.
That. And
We
know
know.
that you all are doing what you can, and we're just wondering about the rest of your
Oh,
stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'll get started. First on the agenda is in the Roads Department. Justin Goodwin was selected from an internal posting to fill the upcoming vacant Roads Assistant Supervisor with corresponding pay, effective date August 22nd, 2021.
All right. We'll call for a motion on A1.
I'll move to approve the promotion of Justin Goodwin from lead worker to assistant road supervisor with corresponding pay, effective date August 22nd, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, in the tourism department, with the additional parks added to Iron County, Maria in the tourism department, as the department head, has requested the position of the lead parks worker to be evaluated to take into account the additional roles and responsibility for running these new areas. With this evaluation, the job duties of the current lead outdoor maintenance technician position are now falling more in line with that of parks maintenance supervisor. Since this position includes decision-making and supervisory functions, it feels like the correct fit for Bryce. With your consideration, we're asking for the job description and the pay rate to be adjusted to take into account the additions. And with your approval, Bryce Williams should stay on his role with the new pay rate adjustment, effective date August 22nd, 2021. And the job description was in your packet as well.
All right.
Should we move on that?
Yes.
Move for approval of a job description pay scale adjustment for lead outdoor maintenance technician to parks maintenance supervisor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so you've got the printout on that next page there. If you wanna look at
Do
it.
we need to
If you want to look
do
at
on
it,
the
there's.
Bryce?
Oh,
on
yes.
Bryce?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we took action
It kind of
on-
encompassed
to-
everything. So if you approve the new job description, that would just
Then-
fall him in
So
line.
are we good?
So are we good? We don't need to
don't
move
know.
on that?
Is it
or-
not a promotion then?
It's kind of an adjustment with just the pay scale was adjusted, but it is kind of technically a pay rate. It's going up, but
So maybe it would be best to go ahead and
So
Okay.
on that.
go ahead and, okay, so we took care of one
One.
in tourism. Let's address two.
Two.
Okay, so I'll move to approve the adjustment to Bryce Williams' position and pay scale effective date August 22nd, 2021.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
thank you. All right. Next on the calendar is for consideration of a countywide pay rate adjustment. We have found ourselves facing a dilemma in the hiring process and retaining of county employees over the past several months. We've had several employees leave our county to move on to other public sector jobs with higher pay. Because of this, we're looking into trends from other public sector counterparts and have a few options for you to consider in hopes to keep our great employees working for Iron County. I know this is a difficult decision, and I understand the enormity of this consideration when it comes to increasing payroll. But we have found ourselves becoming a training resource for other public sector entities to benefit. The three options in front of you break down the cost of increasing every employee's salary a minimum of 5% beginning August 22nd, 2021. There are some positions within the county that are hardest hit areas for hiring and retention, and I've included those breakdowns on your proposals for your consideration. I've factored you commissioners out of the equation, but all other county employees have been factored with your approval to receive a retention COLA increase, with the additional hope to reevaluate where we sit at the end of the year. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I don't know that I've got any questions.
Do we have to choose an option then?
Yes. So I broke it down from the very first one is what we originally talked about. We had a department head and elected official meeting last week just to kind of cover those areas. The first one was that option that we discussed is a 5% across the board with the sheriff's office, considered a little bit different, as well as the two other attorney positions that were left out last commission meeting. And then the two other ones have additions to that as well. And I can break those down if you'd like.
Can you quickly enumerate options 2 and 3 just
You
so I
bet.
can?
So option 2 includes the sheriff's office and the two attorneys, with an addition to another 5% for our, let me put this, the appraisers minus the elected position because they need to stay consistent, with additional $1 per hour for landfill and collection.
So that 5% in the appraisers is on top of the other 5%.
Yes, so
correct?
that would be 10% for the licensed appraisers.
And then $1 an hour
Extra on top of the 5%.
for
Landfill and collection department only.
I don't know whether we need to explain that, but so the landfill guys have to work weekends, more of a shift type work. A lot of different things, and so they all want to go to the road department because they're 410s, and so it's kind of a debacle for Bruce because Preston always steals his guys. So I think as far as that may help with that problem, that $1 more for the landfill because they do have to work weekends and holidays and that type of thing. So.
And then I can explain option 3. That's an addition. That's taking into account option 1 and 2 with the additional 5% for IT.
So all of 1 and 2 plus an additional 5% for IT.
Yes.
Okay.
So it can be either 1, 2, or 3 at your discretion. And then I have actual figures if you want dollar amounts total, which I think I've broken down there too.
Jared, I've just got a question on an IT related question. We've talked about your conundrum that you're in as well for recruiting and retention. Does this include? I don't know what I'm asking. Does this include consideration for retooling some of the job descriptions and such that we've talked about, or have we not? Or have we got to that yet?
We haven't got to that
He
yet.
just needs it for the new hires, right? To be able to
New
even
hires and
hire
retention to
anyone
keep-
and
to keep
retention,
ones,
what
yeah.
we have.
But that's
'Cause
not
you
what-
just lost one of your main guys, right?
But we don't have that on. We're not to that discussion. We're not to the. That's not agendized as of yet. We're still working through that.
My biggest concern is if we don't get to that really, really quick, then I'm going to lose a couple more real fast. So.
Right.
And I don't know if you guys are aware either, but you take Josh and myself out, and we're very, very young IT crew. So I've gone through 3 web developers in 4 years. That's just kind of an idea of what I'm dealing with. As soon as they get 6 months experience, they can stay and work from home and be there. So if you have any other detailed questions too.
Okay. No, that was my question is, you answered my question. You guys.
This is hard for us because it's a lot of money.
And I totally understand that.
We understand what the climate is right now, though. And as being business owners, we've had to do the same in our, small businesses because we can't retain anyone and we can't hire anybody.
Right.
And so, my feeling is we have to go with proposal 3.
Is that a motion?
Oh,
Are you
I
gonna-
will
are you gonna
motion.
move- are you
I
gonna
will
move
move.
that?
I move to approve the countywide. Oh, nope. County adopt the. I would move to adopt county policy regarding monies owed to the county.
No.
That's the next
nope.
one.
Nope.
We're gonna start charging our employees.
Wow, what are we doing?
Retention went way down.
So
it's
maybe
that one
use
right above it.
use this sheet.
Did I? Oh, okay.
you go.
Okay. Approval of the countywide pay rate in adjustment effective August 22nd, 2021, and it's the 3rd option. Do I need to say anything more than that?
I think we're good.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I checked it off, so that's why I went down below.
You had
I
moved
find
on.
myself doing that. That's why I don't check it off
Don't
until
check it off until
after
you
we've
do it.
said something because I've
Right.
gotten in the same trouble.
All right, so finally on the calendar is consideration of policy regarding the recoupment of monies owed to the county upon termination or resignation. I can't even speak. Let's try that again. Resignation of an employee. And the employees who qualify for a sign-on bonus or those who have a uniform allowance or cell phone allowance that need to be repaid within the contracted time frame, we felt it necessary to have a policy in place where the contracts are clear on what is taken from an employee's final paycheck. The three options that I've laid out for you are kind of some options going forward, and we'll update the policy or the actual contracts to whatever you guys think is fit for that.
You want to walk us through those a little bit?
So option one is to update the agreement that all of the monies owed is just going to be taken from all of their final paychecks. So their leave balance paycheck as well as their actual earned last paycheck, depending on how much is left. The second option is to just deduct from the leave balances paycheck. So any kind of vacation they have left over would just come out of that one only. Then the third option is to which was great from Commissioner Blake. He proposed this, and I think it's a great idea, to have whoever's eligible for the sign-on bonus not get paid their sign-on bonus until they've successfully completed the FTO program. And that will give them some opportunities to have their leave balances kind of built up a little bit within the county, so it won't be as big of a blow.
I think that's a
So it's
great
like a
idea.
post performance.
I
Post-performance, yeah,
suggested
would
that also.
Yeah, oh yeah,
with,
perfect.
With not.
Yeah, and instead of upon hiring, as it is now,
You
specifically
give it right to the beginning, right?
the sheriff's office, when they hire on, if they've got previous experience or certification, they get the $5,000 signing bonus. I would say let's make that contingent upon successful completion of the field training program.
Which takes how long?
Just depends on the person.
16, 17 weeks, say. So
Not like 3 years.
Right.
no, because we already have a probationary program in place. So and once they complete probation successfully, there is a little pay bump that comes with a successful completion of probation. But this would be, right now we give them that lump sum upon hire. And then if we have to wash somebody out in an FTO program, which happens occasionally, then, we've already paid them $5,000. And now, even though they haven't worked here very long, now we need that money back. And it's just sticky. It's hard. It's really hard.
Is this going to be a problem for, when we pay that bonus, are they going to be okay with waiting for that? Or is that going to be, Ken?
It's a little bit of a catch-22 because for a lot of them, they're moving from other areas, and that
They
bonus
need that
gives
money
them
for
money
housing
for
or
housing and
whatever, yeah.
whatnot. But having said that, it's also a little bit of insurance for the county that we're not going to have a problem where we have somebody that washes out of the program or decides that they want to go work for another agency right in the middle of it, and then having to go back and try to recoup that money. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. But I think at the end of the day, after a 16-week
Protect
period
the
of time,
county more, right?
It does protect the county more, and I think that at the end of the day, they know that money is still theirs as soon as they complete the FTO program, and probably helps them have a little bit of incentive to make sure that they do everything in their power to be able to complete the program. So.
And in my mind, I'm not exactly sure of the policy, but when you're on an FTO program, you're more of a recruit. You're not even a probationary employee at that point. You're more of a recruit until that successful completion of the FTO, where you become a probationary employee.
Right, and to answer your question, John, is we do have a probationary period, which is a year. So they're still on probation for a year, but as long as they complete that FTO, then our assumption is that they're going to continue to get through everything else, and so that they would receive their bonus.
The probationary period starts at the date of hire or the date of completion of FTO?
Date of hire.
I think it needs to be made very clear, though, if they receive the bonus, whenever they do, that if it doesn't work out, whether they're dismissed or they leave, that it's very clear that they pay it back in their last check.
And that's what really kind of stemmed this, is that we've run into some of these issues, and we want it to be very transparent, that everybody knows when they sign the contract exactly what the expectation is.
And is that 2 years? They have to stay on for 2 years, or how long is that? Is that what it is?
Right.
Yeah, I think this was an unfortunate situation that it brought to our attention that we needed to clarify some things and make it a little bit more transparent.
Yeah, that's the thing is, you have somebody that ends up leaving that has a family and whatnot. You don't want to make it more of a hardship for them than it has to be. But at the same time, the county has invested money in them in good faith, and we have an expectation. And so I think that everybody needs to know right up front that if you fail to get through this, then any money that you owe the county is going to be taken from that final check.
It's probably a good indication too if they pass that.
Right.
That really probably tells you a lot, doesn't it?
It does. It
Yeah.
tells us.
Yeah, I think
I
that.
think for the most part, if you make it through the field training portion, then, I mean, you're more likely to make it through probation. And, we don't lose a whole lot of people after FTO and before they're off probation.
Right.
Yeah.
So to be clear, 24 months is the vesting for the bonus?
For the bonus.
Okay.
If they leave before then,
the
then they have to
benchmark,
pay it back.
the benchmark to get paid that bonus is completion of the FTO program.
So do you feel good, Sheriff, about number 3 option?
I do.
Is that the one you like? Or?
Yeah, and that's what I say is, I kind of went back and forth about it a little bit, because there's a kind of a compassion side there as well, and where you kind of want to be able to say, well, we can make arrangements for you, make payments and whatnot.
I appreciate Commissioner Blake's idea about post-performance. We do that with, when new companies move to Cedar City, we would give them a certain, tax break, but it was post-performance. They had to perform, and then we gave it to them, and that solved a lot of problems. So it would.
And just, not that this really matters, but when you look at the military and bonuses with the military, it's all post-performance as well. I think that that's a pretty standard procedure. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with going with a post-performance policy.
Well, and they could probably, if they were going to buy a home or whatever, it'd probably take that long to get something in place anyway. So they could be counting on that, that money's for their down payment or whatever. But
so.
Well,
okay.
Is it mine? I would go ahead and propose or make a motion that we go with option number 3, which is to change the sign-on bonus agreement to state the sign-on bonus payout will not take place until the employee successfully completes the FTO Field Training Officer Program, and then as listed as additional there in the description.
One question.
Okay.
Yes.
You have sign-on bonuses for public employees that have nothing to do with public safety?
And that would be the same. Well, that's a good question. I'm glad that you brought that up.
Jeez, Carrie.
I'm glad she did, because the assessor's office is the other one.
Oh,
that
that's
does.
right. That's right.
So that's a great question. And he's not here. I was going to say.
You've done it for both the assessor and the engineer.
Oh, he is here. Yeah. And
Karsten, the spotlight is on you on the back row.
No bonus for me.
We do. You're right.
They don't do FTO training, and so
you're absolutely right.
You've got to have some
caveat there.
To avenue to know when
Is
you're gonna pay that
You're
back.
absolutely right.
could it be one of their certifications or whatever that way?
Well, some of them usually, they usually are coming here fully certified, and that's why we give them that caveat, that dangling carrot. But you're absolutely right. Maybe we should have some sort of a non-public safety option that they get it within
The
6 months or
16
something.
weeks.
Yeah, we could have the same time period. Yeah.
3 months, I don't know.
Yeah, whatever works best for you, because it's putting a lot of.
And are they probationary if somebody comes
have
to
a-
work with
yeah.
Karsten,
Mhm.
it's a
6
6 month probation period?
Yeah. So that might be
I
after
think
their
that's a
probationary
problem,
status ends.
Karsten, that we, give them a 3 month before we pay that out so that they accumulate some if we need to take that back.
We don't necessarily have that on the agenda today, but
And I can put it on for next since
since there's a 6 month probationary period, would that be a fair benchmark? 6 months since we've already got that period established, or I don't know.
Carson, could you come up to the microphone?
I know.
Oh, I
know.
know. We don't
Well, and we'll address that.
I don't know if there's super urgency with getting that passed because I am doubtful that we'll ever actually be able to hire somebody that is licensed. It's looking more and more grim. But I think certainly if we do implement a policy, it should be similar to what you just did for the sheriffs. So
okay. Do you feel like a 6 month probation would affect your recruitment per se?
I
mean, being what it is, but I mean,
I think that's probably not going to be a significant issue whatsoever with regards to recruitment of a licensed person, whether or not they have to, commit or the bonus is going to be delayed one way or another.
Okay.
Not bonus, but what is it?
It's a bonus. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, y'all work that out for next time.
I'll put that on next calendar. Well, it's fresh on my mind, or I'll probably forget.
So I made a motion.
Did we? Paul made a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
We got.
Aye. Oh,
Aye.
aye. I'm in favor.
Aye, me too.
Thank you so much.
Prairie dogs or boards?
Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Carrie.
Well,
news media's out there. We could sneak out the back.
That's what I'm thinking. I still saw the camera out there.
Don't run too far because we
elevator.
have lunch.
Oh,
Oh, what's this? Oh, look at that.
swag. Was that Joyce's?
Okay, oh, thanks.
I saw her out there running.
I thought you were
around.
deputizing us for a minute.
Awesome. Thank you.
This is what Joyce uses to sucker us into coming to the parade and throwing candy, and she gives us a T-shirt. All right. Well, thank you everybody for your participation and presence today, and we got a lot to work on. So I'll
yes, we
adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you, really, truly.